What's good, everybody? We have the Shazam Fury of the Gods watch party. We were supposed to do this literally a couple weeks ago, but now we are here to.
I've got to
go.
I'll do my top three just.
Okay. Nerdman will be back in a bit. Gonna wait for Sean, and we're gonna go ahead and get this started, guys. So we're just gonna watch Shazam, and then probably just review the film after. Well, we already reviewed it, but we'll probably just talk about the film after. Oh, geez. But how's everybody doing? I know some people may not be able to turn up at this time and link up with us, but we still got to get this done. And y'all just watch some on the playback right after. I have a list of watch parties that I've done for films so far. You guys can check them out. We did a watch party for Jeepers Creepers, BBS, and some other films. More in the future, but they're not going to be like a constant thing. They're like kind of every once in a while. Whenever Nerdman or Sean or anybody wants like, yo, let's do a watch party. All right, we'll do a watch party. All right. Ugh. Nerdman has returned. What's good, Nerdman?
Sorry about that. So, what are we doing? Are we going to talk about it first, or are we going to just jump right
I'm going to get straight into it. Talk about it after. I mean, we can commentate while we're watching it.
Okay. So, do we want to sync up, right? So
yeah, start at the same time because I got it playing on two screens. So whenever you got it up, let me know and we'll start it.
We could actually watch it. I could open up one and we could watch it on the same thing. You want me to do that?
No, it's fine. I already got it up on.
Okay. All right, we'll just start it at the same time because it was just in case we wanted to pause it or something like that. I thought maybe it would be better.
So I got mine at the 1 second mark, but you can start. I'll just be like 1 second ahead of you.
No. Let's do it. Let's try and sync it up because it will be better the conversation that way. But so it's 1 second. Let's do it, and then we'll do on 3. Ooh. All right. So 1. There you go. Ooh.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
On 1. Wait. Sean's here.
On 3. Oh, Sean's here. Okay.
What up, Sean? Wait for Sean to sync up.
Oh, he's such a please just turn on your screen. That guy's face infuriates me, man. I'm trying to be in a good mood here. I'm trying to watch my movie. This guy's fucking face, I swear to God. I never want to see. I'm trying to find a way to block his channel from my YouTube because for some reason it always shows me his fucking
is that better?
YouTube things. Thank you. Well, anyway. You're a bastard, you know that. Okay. Yo, guys.
Sean, you already got your, because we was gonna sync it up.
Yeah, so it's like on 1, 2, 3, and we're on 1 second basically.
What's up, Brel? You guys, if you want to watch Shazam with us, we are about to get ready to sync up and begin the film. The film will be playing right here, so y'all be able to see it anyways.
Do you think people are capping for this Mary chick? Because I think she's amazing in the movie, but like, do you think they're capping for her because
It's
of her
because she's
legs?
hot. It's like Wanda.
'Cause-
They're only capping because she's hot.
No, but yeah, but what's her name's hot
I
as
mean,
well.
she's not crazy like Wanda, but people cap.
No,
for Wanda
what's her name
hot.
is hotter even. What's her name? The black one.
Mary. Oh,
No,
Darla. Well, not Megan Good.
Megan Good that's a good name for her. Megan's good, but I'm saying it's because of those legs, man. Look at her legs in this picture of yours, bro. Oh my god, I would love her to come in that costume, like to my room. Anyway,
Okay, now wait for me. All right, you guys will be syncing up in a bit, waiting for Cole.
Yeah, I'm ready. Just anytime.
All right, on one, we're gonna hit play.
No, on 1, 2, 3. On 3.
On 3, we're gonna hit play. You guys ready?
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
It messed me up.
Oh, we in it. You guys can hear the film too much, right?
I can't because I'm listening to the
Well, as long as you can't hear it too much on my end, I don't want the audio coming out too much.
Can't you? You can't put headphones in. I love the theme of I love the new
Billy?
Shazam theme. I think
it's his best one.
theme. Yeah, I think he did really well to make it like an iconic theme that feels like Shazam.
Yeah, it's always good when you make a good original score instead of just using bad pre-existing music for your films. Snyder.
Shut up.
I mean, the score has a mix of like Superman, Star Wars, and stuff all in one. It's like a Superman, Star Wars type of theme all in one.
I love this first intro to Lucy Liu's character. Watch what she does.
That's the same actor that was in Peacemaker.
Yeah, I know. Lucy Liu, she's cold-hearted, bro. She just pushes that kid out of the way like that. I thought that was hilarious.
F them kids.
But it's great because it's like, it sets up like her conflict that she's going to be against a bunch of kids and she's just ruthless.
Right.
And it shows the difference between her and Helen as well, or Hesper.
I didn't know it was easy to flip over museum cases like that. I always thought those was like you drill down or something, and there was like another way they got that shit open. But now I guess you just flip them open. If you're strong enough. So when Helen Mirren's character did that in the film, I thought it was specifically only she can hold the staff, but it seems like they already set it up to where she's going to hold the staff most of the time. But it just changed a lot throughout the film where they was all holding the staff at one point. Because I think it would have made it really hit more is if Helen Mirren completely tried to keep her from using the staff at all. And when she tried to reach for it, she would swat her hand or something, or just to really, be the one trying to hold it. Just like how Billy is trying so hard to keep his family together and control it. You have Helen Mirren character controlling the power.
I love this because this beginning horror kind of element is like a really great element that he added to the Shazam movies that I think they really hark back to those 80s teen movies, like where it's still a kids movie, but there's like just this elements of
Horror.
Yeah, like horror.
Yeah.
And going back to what you said, like the character work he does with the two villains, even from the beginning, is great because it just sets up their characters very well, the difference between them very subtly, you know, and the dynamic between them. That like Helen Mirren is obviously the boss, but like you know, Lucy Liu is like sadistic and she kind of likes hurting people.
Yeah.
You can see the difference between them. It's like what um Lunga said on my stream when we were talking about this, that Helen is mission oriented, whereas Lucy just a sadist.
Right. That's true. I mean, yeah, that's true. But yeah, even though she killed people in this room, she wasn't like I guarantee you, if Calypso had some free time in this, Calypso had some free time, she'd have probably wanted to go kill some people randomly and not tell Hespera about it, just for the fun of it. Hespera was doing this because all these people in their way. I mean, sure, she didn't have to kill everybody. Everybody was trying to run away, but still, she looked at it. She looked at it as these people in our way, evidence, but they, you know, all that.
You know, the score after they kind of turn everyone into statues reminds me of the score in The Mummy a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some of that score does sound like Alan Silvestri's Mummy Returns, like the theme Billy. I think Billy's theme sounds a little bit like Alan Silvestri, just a little bit.
Yeah, I just want to let you know, K-Dots, you might get copyrighted if they can see your screen and background there playing it.
Now I'll be fine with this as long as I'm not showing it on the
Okay.
like yeah. Because every watch party I've done, I literally had the movie on right here. I think we'll be fine. As long as they can't, it's really the sound. It's really the sound. Like they'll ding you for almost anything. Even if it's slight dialogue from the film that has no music at all. Go ahead, Nathan.
This is the problem with Zach's rendition of the character. Like, that joke's actually funny, like it was today. Are you on that bit? Where he goes, when do you...
Yeah, we're talking to a pediatrician.
No, when he says, how well do you remember your childhood? And he says, like it was today. Yeah, I thought that was quite funny.
I'm at that point right now. Well, a little bit past it.
Yeah, me too. See, here's the thing. It's like taking a joke just too long. Like he could have said half of that stuff just then, like about like, you know, processing trauma, and it would have worked better.
Right, it was playing it up a little, you know, a little too much. But I think right here, like this scene right here is a little bit, compared to Shazam 1, is a little bit more tamed, right? Because like I said, I can understand to an extent people's issue with Zachary being a little bit too different, but here it's really just tamed. It's not even a huge drastic difference. I just look at it as Billy is now an adult. He has powers and he's, you know, acting like a kid, like he is. Look at this scene right here where he's playing a video game, acting like a kid. He's doing kid shit. Kids play video games. Kids do childish stuff. They're immature.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's literally just a moment where Zach drags on a joke for too long. That's typical in comedies. Like they drag out jokes for the longest. They do it in Superbad.
Mm-hmm. I thought this Skittles joke in the beginning was unnecessary as well. I think they could have just... They didn't need to set the Skittles thing up this early. Like...
Well, actually, I honestly didn't pay attention that much to the Skittles thing because when the Skittles joke did happen, I still laughed at it because it felt
it
still felt random as heck. Not in a bad way, but it just felt random. But it was random in a good way to where it was funny.
What do you make of Pedro's coming out thing? Because, huh?
I mean, I was okay with it. It didn't bother me. It's not like they didn't. It's just I just wish Pedro as a character just got a little bit more to say. Just that's it. It didn't bother me how they did
he's
it.
Basically just gay. That's his whole character in this, rather than is he dealing with weight issues? Did kids pick on him because of his weight? Like anything, like would have been like cool to just get a little.
That was a huge missed opportunity.
Yeah, because it seems like he's comfortable with his weight, but he's just afraid of being open about being homosexual.
Yeah, but I think that if they had kids picking on him because of his weight, and then he saves those same kids as the superhero,
yeah,
it would have been something. Or even if he saved them without being the superhero, like at the end, like when they're all driving around in their little Scooby car, like he could have saved the bullies or something. Like, and also, I'll tell you what, like when we get to that point about the bullies, I think the bullying bit of the disabled kid is one of the most unorganic things in the film. They would have been better off having Pedro bullied, and that the disabled kid is now popular because he's the kid who knows superheroes. I think that would have been played out better.
I thought that was weird because I was like, he knows Superman, he knows Shazam. You would think everybody would be glorifying him, like, hey, it's Freddy. What's up, Freddy? Hey man, can we talk to Superman?
Yeah, exactly. I would have thought that would have been more organic. Yeah.
And I think they should have had it where because you see Freddy's doing his own thing. It was not say he would take him out of character, but he kind of starts to hang around the more popular kids and stuff, right? And he's not fully out of character, but he just starts to hang out with people that don't really love him. They just love him because of his associations he has.
Right. And then, but those same guys kind of like pick a little bit on the other kids, and that would have given, them a reason to be at odds with each other. Do you know what I mean? I think it would have been more organic than, I just want to be a superhero alone. Like, why? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I just think that could have been done better, and it would have been given a better reason for the kids to develop some of their characters, I think.
Well, I think because I know you've seen all the deleted scenes. I wish Warner Brothers didn't have him cut all that stuff out, but like just Shazam got some of the best deleted scenes ever. I don't care.
For sure, especially the first one. Like,
yeah, a lot of those deleted scenes in this movie that we've seen, I wish they stayed in. They was some really good stuff.
The one with Billy should have stayed in, man. When Billy was talking to Freddy or whatever, that should have been in there.
Yeah, if anything, all the things that was cut out of Billy should have stayed in. I can understand the other stuff, but the scenes with more of Billy should have stayed in.
Yeah.
Freddy saved the cars. This was funny.
Yeah, this was good, and then it's.
I'm just kidding. It's real easy.
Yeah. See, I didn't like Megan Good at first, but on rewatch, I fucking really like her in this. And the way this chick reacts to it, man, it's great. She just bail.
Aubrey said Shazam is his inner child. I agree. When you give a kid like Billy Batson the opportunity to actually be a kid, like, yeah, he's saving people, but it offers him so much freedom because there's a kind of a freedom with being a kid, like growing up normally. Like, you get to play your games, come home from school, watch your movies when you want to. You don't got really too much responsibilities.
Yeah.
It's an escape.
What are you making of it, Sean?
No, Sean just wishes this was BBS. This movie should have been a R&B town to Shazam Black Adam, but I guess Rocky got. Yeah, it was The Rock. Blame The Rock.
See, I didn't like that joke when I first saw the movie, and then when it pays off at the end, I'm just like, that is great. Like the Captain Every Power Jr. thing.
Paid off at a really emotional moment.
Yeah, so it was totally worth it. They really should have settled on names though by now.
Honestly, I think they should have just called him Captain Marvel in the movie.
I don't think they can, man.
No, they could. They made the joke.
Yeah, but they could do it on a one-off basis. But I think if they kept doing it, like, yeah, Marvel would have just like sued them essentially.
Well, they should have called the team the Marvels, right? I think if anything, they could have just called this team the Marvels. And
yeah, I think
so Billy can say something like, "Hey, Marvels, link up."
Yeah. I think what is his name in New 52, like Captain Thunder or something? I don't know, man. Like they could have come up with a name for them, like.
Because I this is one of my issues with even the New 52 stuff. They call him Shazam, like he literally says that to turn back into it. So it like just imagine if he's on the news and a reporter asks him, "Hey, what's your name?" Well, let me call somebody to tell you my name.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why. Freaking Marvel.
Do you think they could get away with calling him Cap Marvel? Maybe. I don't know. Without the Captain.
Yep. You could have got away with something like that. I don't think you could have just called him Marvel because it would have been like, man.
Mm.
But Cap Marvel, you can get away with
or Marvel Man. No? Marvel Man doesn't work?
It's something. It's more than Shazam. Like I said, Shazam is not a bad term. It's a cool term. Like it's cool when Billy says it transform, but it does not work as a hero name because he has to say it and it'll turn him back. Yeah, unless they introduce it to where Billy can control when a lightning bolt.
Yeah, but that will be crap because that's his weakness.
Yeah.
You need that as his weakness, otherwise he's unbeatable. Like, basically, you can't like fucking wake up.
But even the worst jokes in this film is better than like every MCU trash. Jesus Christ.
Agreed.
Yeah.
These suits are really good when you just like take a look at them. Take off the silver shit, but these suits are really good. I ain't gonna lie to you.
They're great. Oh, the Mary scene. They took out the Mary scene with the drinking as well, man. That was
much needed. They elaborated on it, but better to show than tell.
What does he mean by that? Test it. Like, how's he going to test it? He's not a scientist. I didn't get that.
I mean, he is Asian. I feel like they simply, he's an Asian kid. He's going to be the smart one. They'll math and all that and stuff.
In the comics, he is the smart one, but like, yeah. I like the fact that in the movies they changed that because that's like stupid, stereotypical. So like, it's good to stay away from the stereotypes. Just let him be a kid.
I would say they made him more intrigued by stuff, like willing to test things. It's not to say that makes you smart, but like more outgoing to do things like him going through all the doors and stuff and marking them and making sure they're safe or not. Shows he's outgoing.
I think Zach is really good at these emotional scenes. Like, it's too bad. Like, sometimes he overacts, but when he has the emotional scenes, he nails them.
Right. I mean, they pretty much, 1-for-1 line up with Billy. That's why I feel like people don't really. I'm not sure people wanted Zachary to be and Billy to be completely serious. I think they confused Billy being serious with him doing it all the time. When no, it's a balance of it. He is more serious when he knows he's doesn't have his powers. Because when he's a kid, he can easily die. Anything can happen.
It's like unlike Deadpool in the third act, which is a good movie up until the third act for me. It's like when Billy realizes his family's truly in danger, he gets serious.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Whereas Deadpool, it was just like he's still making jokes when his girlfriend's like in trouble, and I'm like, I know it's like that in the comics, but it just doesn't translate well for me to film. That's why I like the second Deadpool more, because he literally becomes serious when his girlfriend dies. Like, it's like you can see it affected him.
Shazam can be my son with spirit friends. Magic DC universe full of powerful beings that will serve up Shazam. Yeah. And also they're better fighters because he is a kid. Big hopes for the DCU, Terrence, with Shazam. But I think Shazam's going to be supporting in the DCU.
Maybe if he gets popular by supporting, they might bring him back. But I think they need to recast, to be honest.
Yeah, recast. So at this point, you got to recast. Asher, you can't use him no more. Use him for something else.
Yeah,
probably. Honestly, I'd cast him as a Nightwing. He has the perfect look for it, and he looks the age too. Some people wanted some people fan cast him as Superman, but he's too short for that. He has a good body for a young Superman, but it's too short.
Simon Onzu's face just cracks me up. He looks hilarious.
Never. See, you know what? I like that. Jimon Honshu gets casted as like the wise, he always gets casted like this wise dude and stuff. Sometimes a villain. It gets casted like in a Never Back Down, played the wise teacher that was teaching this young fighter to control his anger and all of that and stuff. And in this, he's a wise old wizard that gives knowledge and passes on his power to people that he deems worthy. Ooh. Haven't got a splinter in years, but those hurt like hell.
Yeah. I don't know what people are talking about when they say like. I mean, I can just about see what they're saying with Lucy Liu, like, but Helen Mirren's fantastic in this movie. I think they're both good, but like Helen Mirren is just like really good in this movie.
I thought Lucy Liu was fine. I mean,
she's good.
She played it up as a villain, and I liked it. Yes, it can come off a little corny, but in this film, which is specifically a comedy, they never broke out to do comedy just for the sake of it. They didn't turn goofy. They was goofy by situation, like the Gatorade thing.
This scene really didn't work for me. It works a little bit better on rewatch, but it's just
I like everything aside from the bullying. Everything like the romantic stuff is cute. The bullying part,
Honestly,
it,
during this
it
rewatch, some of these scenes have been kind of elevated a bit for me.
yeah. I'm just saying, like it felt like they just put the bullies in because they were in the first one. It didn't seem really organic to this movie. Like,
well, what would have been cool, just like in the first movie, remember how the bullies at the beginning and then at the end, I think it was Darla who saved them.
no, it was Freddy who saves them.
Yeah, Freddy. I think they should have. If they was gonna do that, you gotta like redo that again.
Yeah, I think redoing stuff from the other movie is just not like. I think that's what made it feel like, oh, they're just treading the same ground. But for the most part, it works. All of this works for me, anyway. I don't know.
Dang, Rachel Zegler. Mm-mm-mm. Beautiful in the face. Terrence, I wish it showed more of Anthea's powers. Those some pretty cool abilities.
Yeah, they were cool. I like the abilities of these gods. I like the fact that it's not just like, oh, they've got the same. In both movies, the villains don't just have the same powers as Shazam. I mean, like in the first one, he can summon demons. In this one, they have all kinds of different powers. It's cool. Just got a dragon.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah, this is horrible. I know some people have to, but I think people need to stop judging movies off one watch.
Yeah, certain movies you gotta watch. Like some movies I gotta watch twice nowadays. Like most MC movies I can watch in one
Like,
sit and get them. But
I mean,
I'm not
look,
saying that the DC movies are more complicated, but it's just some movies I need to watch twice because first watch you're either hyped up off something else or you might assume it's completely bad, and just a second rewatch can help fix your opinion on it. Well, not fix it, but give you a new insight to it.
this is the worst scene in the movie, apart from when Hanzu shows up, which I think it gets funnier. But this, what is this? The hottie yotties. She's what are you talking about, bro?
Hey man, he's in his dreams, This what.
I like this bit where he's.
Well, I'd be glad it's a
gets
dream. If this was not a dream, I would have thought this was corny.
This bit, like with the kiss, with the chewing gum, like what is that?
I ain't gonna lie, this editing is not that bad with the head on her body. It looks weird, but it's not that bad.
Yeah, no, this bit's funny. I think
It almost looked like he's really standing there, and the rest of it is just CGI or something. His head is CGI.
I love the way he looks around at this point. It's so fucking weird.
The electrocution.
He needs to do a director's cut of this shit, man. I don't give a fuck what he says. He says he doesn't do director's cuts because he thinks like you should just put out the film you want to put out. But like, come on, bro.
Yeah, as much as this is the similar situation like BBS or Warner Brothers told Zach to cut out some stuff, it's like even with this cut, if you compare it to the BBS theatrical cut, is a whole lot better than the BVS theatrical cut from a film standpoint.
Yeah, well, I like it more, but
like stuff lines up. It's not too, but those extended scenes would add way more to this movie than it already has. Like it actually would improve so much more in a good way. Like it's not a bad film already. It's a good film, but the extended scenes just add more.
Yeah, I think they would really work, actually. I don't know why you wouldn't do it. I watched BVS recently, and I think I like it about as much as this movie.
Wait, the theatrical or the extended? I can understand the extended.
No, the extended cut.
Okay.
I mean, there are much worse parts in that movie, but at the same time, some of the action is fucking next level.
Like even in this scene, I can see some of the exaggerated expressions that Zachary does in some parts of this conversation, like the face expressions he's doing and stuff.
Yeah, I can as well. I love the fact he doesn't have a love interest in both movies.
Yeah, focused.
Or Shazam. I think that's really cool.
I mean, Nerdman. So even on rewatch, would you still have swapped the guy who is the adult version of Freddy for Billy, and Levi plays Freddy's older version?
If Levi was skinnier, yeah.
Okay.
If they could, like, but not necessarily. I mean, I would just recast both of them. I know it's harsh to say, but I just wouldn't do the movies in this way. I think I would just make a different movie. That's the best way I would say it. But it's not as a bad thing to this movie. It's just the only people I would probably keep from these things are Megan Good and the Asian kid and Mary. Like the rest of them, I could recast. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense.
I know what you mean.
Oh no, wait, I'll keep Freddy as well. Freddy was great. Sorry. I don't know, man. It's good. I think it's good. It's just like he's too old, Billy. That's my only problem with him. I don't like the fact that he was 15 in the first one, and I don't like the fact he's 18 in this one.
Yeah, by the time the third film, okay, he should have been 18.
Yeah.
While also appearing in other stuff in between.
Yeah.
But they didn't have their stuff together as a DC universe. Because just think about it. Let's say if James Gunn didn't
It's
come
not
here.
him. He's a great actor for Billy. I think he's great
Yeah.
for Billy. He just needs to be younger. But sorry, go on.
But let's say if this reboot never happened, they still continued as is under Walter Amada. Just imagine you would have Shazam interacting with all these Justice League members, and he's like, what, 20, 30 something? So it kind of kills the whole gimmick.
Exactly.
When he's supposed to be the outlier.
I would have cast what's his name as Shazam though? Like the guy who wanted to play Gambit. Can't remember his name. He's in Magic Mike, yeah. I think he would have made a good Shazam, and he has more star power. But it's nothing bad about Zachary Levi. Maybe he could have played somebody else like Booster Gold or something like that, or even a better character in DC. I like him as an actor. I really do.
Channing Tatum would have physically been better than Levi.
Yeah. But Levi as a comedic actor, I think he's really good. And he nails emotional parts as well. The fact that they're different, I don't like, but I like both characters. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe if there was a different kid for him, or if there was a different Shazam for Billy, it would just work a little bit better. But it's neither of their fault.
Be safe, Terrence. Thanks for watching. Like moments like these when Pedro knew about the secret room and stuff, all that. It was these like moments like these show his like recluse side. Because people are recluses, don't tell people a lot of stuff, and this was his little place of like downtime.
Oh, by the way, for people who say Shazam doesn't have wisdom in the first movie and even in this movie, I think I can definitively prove now that he has wisdom. It's just not wisdom like people are thinking about it.
Wisdom comes with experience. People think wisdom is like instant intelligence. Yoda had wisdom, but he's not super intelligent. He's wise, but that's due to his experience of why he's so wise. He lived for 900 years. Of course, he's gonna be the wisest on the council. He knows the most stuff. He knows the most.
Billy acts in ways that are childish, but then at the same time, he suddenly thinks of something that clearly is a little bit beyond the way a kid would think. Like the way he it's in the first movie. He talks about like when Savannah takes him to the lair and he first wants to take away his powers, and he's saying, hey, these demons don't have your best interest at heart, and he's explaining why. I think that that is his wisdom. You know, it's just a different type of wisdom. He has like wisdom of the heart, if you want to call it that.
Okay.
I was going to say like one last thing. I think that last scene when you find out about the Steve, the pencil or whatever, that should have been the kids, man. That scene would work better if it was the kids. Can the kids being in that magic lair, do you know what I'm saying? Them walking it would just give you that kid-like feeling, like, you know. I wonder if they did any takes where it was the kids in that realm. I'm curious.
They probably did. They probably experimented with that just to see the different dynamic it would have been. But I do agree they should have played more on the kids, just like walk around the lair as themselves. But it's clear they like to be these heroes because it's like the better versions of themselves. Like Freddy, he doesn't need his crutch when he's fully superpowered. Pedro isn't, if he is,
that's true.
His weight, not sure if he is.
And I see that. I really get that. Maybe they could have given some kind of reason why sometimes they have to be the kid in this realm, or I don't know. But you can imagine the kids saying these lines.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Nerd man, seems like Eugene is the most intelligent. You've been doing some researching, doing a lot of
Yeah,
reading.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love this joke. This is funny.
Like here, I think Billy is very tamed. I think this is, if you look at this
Yeah.
out, Billy as a kid was kind of talking and stuff. He was kind of playing it up.
Yeah.
All that G golly shit he was doing in the first movie.
Dude, I'm telling you, this movie would have got higher ratings if the kids were doing these scenes. Like, because also it would have given Billy the opportunity to try and start acting a bit like Zachary Levi. Because if you give him Zachary Levi's lines, do you know what I mean? Then he suddenly has to start playing up.
I was not a huge fan of this little retcon.
Yeah.
I think you easily could have just explained this movie that they use magic to make themselves new suits. Not that complicated. It's magic, you can do whatever you want. Nerman, would you have preferred they did something different from the comic, like giving each of the members a unique type of suit? Like still the same color patterns as have in the comics, like Freddy's, he's blue.
No, I think
Darla's purple.
I think the suits kind of, it's nice that they have like a uniform that all matches. I like that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean, but like, you mean like the lightning bolts different for each of them or something?
Like slightly different materials, or like instead, like let's say Pedro didn't have a cape.
I thought you were gonna say like, do I wish they all had different powers? Like each
Yeah,
one of them.
no, not powers. They gotta have similar powers.
Yeah.
But they should have in this film, I think, played on the fact that Billy, when he does extend his powers, it starts to thin itself out, and he does get weaker in a sense. I think they should have definitely talked about that.
I think you can overcomplicate it, you know, like overcook it. Like,
I mean, from a logical standpoint, it makes sense. You know, you keep thinning out your abilities. You yourself are going to be weaker if you're just passing around your abilities, which makes them all balanced enough to be able to do stuff together. Because if Billy was still the most powerful after doing that, then it's like, what's the use of the team? But they're all kids, so that's the use of them. That was a good.
I mean, the one thing I love about this, which this is why I don't think it's generic, and I think in a lesser director or a lesser, watch out for this guy. Basically, what's the Sandberg? Watch out for this guy. I bet you his next two movies are gonna be banging, dude. I'm telling you, when he gets to just do horror by himself, I think people are going to be shocked by how good he is as a director. But having said that, like in a lesser director's hands, they would have had all of them fighting at the end. You know, all the superpowered fighting the gods, and he chose it to just be Shazam against Calypso, and I think that was absolutely the right choice to make. Even I, like, if I when I was thinking about like the movie, I was thinking, oh, it'd be cool to have all of them fight together against the gods. But it makes so much more sense that it's just Shazam at the end being the hero.
Nerman, a new deleted scene just came out. I'm about to send it to your DM.
No way. Should we pause it and watch it?
I just say watch it. I don't want to post it on my.
I mean, after the streaming viewer.
Well, I'm kind of iffy on playing the Shazam quiz right now because it's still on digital.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I hope there's some direct.
I just sent it to your both your DMs. You can see it.
Mm-hmm. You just like to play Shazam clips on my channel. That's what you do.
Yeah. I mean, where would you rank? Oh yeah, that fucking moment, Jesus Christ!
You completely split it for me as well.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell was that?
You're
Anyway,
You're welcome.
All right, I'll be back. I need to get my piece. It's still going to play. I wouldn't just get rid of my piece real quick.
What are you
I
going
wanted to
say,
ask you, Nerman, where would you rank the action scenes in this Shazam film with the rest of the DC films that have come out so far?
Oh, in this movie, I would rank it pretty high. So BVS, Zack Snyder's Justice League, and Man of Steel and Aquaman are all the best. And then Shazam Fury of the Gods, I think. We're not including the Batman, right? And it would even beat the Batman when I think about it. The Batman action scenes outside of the last one and the car chase weren't great. Where would you rank it?
Yeah, I would rank it pretty high as well.
Shazam 1 is low.
Yeah, like it isn't as good as Shazam. I mean, Shazam 1 isn't as good as this. Yeah, I mean, even though I like Shazam 1 slightly more, the action scenes in this are definitely better, obviously. Like the more and more that I like rewatch this, honestly, my up my rating because I've been really enjoying these scenes more than I did in the theater. But I mean, with the rest of the DC films, is really like it might be honestly number one for me, just for the fact that there's not much to choose from for me personally, because I wasn't a big fan of the of the films when Snyder was there. Wonder Woman was all right, but that was kind of about it. And the Suicide Squad.
These are better than Wonder Woman. I mean, I do like the No Man's Land scene, but like outside of that, I just think the action is a lot more creative.
Yeah.
In this movie, and it has heart to it as well. There are points where it stops to have like those heartfelt moments.
There's so much art in this. There's so much stuff that it's like it's self-aware of superhero tropes and plays on it perfectly, but doesn't ruin the film that way like MCU films.
Oh, I forgot the Suicide Squad.
That was really good as well. But
still rank this above the Suicide Squad.
I would rank this above as well.
Would come after for action scenes, but you have to remember my top 3 action scene movies, apart from Zack Snyder's Justice League, are pretty low on my DC.
Yeah, for me, this might be number one.
I don't like Man of Steel or Aquaman that much at all, but definitely the action scenes are fucking incredible, and some of them are really incredible in Aquaman. Like that one shot he does, you remember that? Where they're like fighting in Italy. Do you know what the scene I'm talking about?
Of what film? Sorry.
The one where they're fighting in Italy in Aquaman, where it's just one he does one take.
In Aquaman, again, I have issues with Aquaman, which is why I think it's just kind of mediocre, but not bad, just below average. But the things that really keep it from being a decent film and not like terrible though with the issues is stuff like that. The action scenes would definitely be up there for DC films, so that'd probably be like my 3rd or 4th. Yeah, I guess it'd be Shazam 2, The Suicide Squad, that
Yeah.
Then I the Batman in there, I guess.
The thing about I love this scene with the wizards and Billy. But the thing about DC is they either have movies with great action but not great story, or I like the story is really good and heartfelt, but the action is not up to the standards of modern day, comic book action movies. Like it's not gotten as much spectacle as say like, the Marvel movies are very consistent in their spectacle. It's really spectacle over substance with the MCU movies. So that's why I get why people like the MCU so much, because a lot of people just love action and good CGI and that kind of stuff. And it's so consistent with that I get it. But like I feel like the DC movies have way more heart and director vision. Like I don't feel like the action in the Shazam series is exactly like the one in the Snyder movies, like Justice League. And the Justice League action isn't like the Wonder Woman action, and the Wonder Woman action isn't like the Aquaman action. Do you get what I mean? Like it feels like it's directed by someone different each time, and I like that. Whereas the Marvel action just feels like the same director could have directed like 90% of those movies.
Yeah, I agree. I just read reviews for this film online, and I am so confused. It makes me think, honestly, if they actually watched the film.
I don't think they did.
It's like no, I don't have superhero fatigue. I have bland, generic, ugly-looking superhero movies, not trying to do anything artistic or interest in fatigue. It's like, okay, this wasn't like Batman levels with certain qualities by any means in like some areas, but you didn't see any good visual aspects, writing aspects, acting aspects with the characters, and really. And let's see, vacates all the charm of the first. Really, did you watch the first?
What charm is missing?
That's what confused me the most about people who don't like this movie. They like the first movie, which does not make any sense. I understand this was a drastic change from the first. Like say Thor Ragnarok levels of a change, right?
But it's the same. It's similar, but
it's similar, but more.
If anything, it has improved on it, like touching on a lot of areas with like what the characters go through and stuff. Like the only thing that was really missing that the first did was certain like scenes of like that of stylistic stuff. Like for example, when they were like when he first got the powers and there was that montage of them training that was kind of in that style. Like stuff like that is missing from this film a little bit outside of some scenes like at the start with the one. The one scene at the start, kind of like when they had like the notes on all the doors that he was testing out. There was some stuff like that there. But
to let everybody know real quick, we're at this point of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll just say this: like looking even at this scene, right? Look at like the design of the guards, for instance. Like the design of this realm is really nice. I think it's it's not like all just CGI bullshit as well.
Most of this stuff is, I mean, all this stuff around here, aside from the green screen stuff, is practical.
Right.
The chairs, the pillars, practical.
Yeah, I just think this looks great.
Might be CG, might be.
Oh, I like that bit. He is stronger than he looks. This is so cool that Freddy does this. It's awesome.
And that bastard Freddy. Go ahead, man.
No, I was just saying that Freddy is able to resist her magic because his mind is actually strong. I thought that was really cool.
It helps, like I said, he lacks the ability to walk well, right? But it shows his other traits he has, like having a strong will.
Yeah, which means he was right to give him the powers.
Yep.
Monkey's paw, you smart.
The fact that they still sent this.
This was fantastic. Everyone was laughing in the audience at that joke. But this film, like, it's like Shazam 1, man. Like, it's one of the most rewatchable, I think, in the DC. Like, I like my first experience of watching certain films in the DCEU more. Like, I will never forget my first experience watching Wonder Woman, watching Zack Snyder's Justice League. But ultimately, these Shazam films are a little bit more rewatchable. I think
they are.
From beginning to end, like,
and this is where you have a balance in the sense.
Even the Batman. I mean, the Batman's like a better movie. Joker's a better movie, but they're less rewatchable.
I totally agree with that. That's true. I've seen Shazam 1 way. I like the Batman and I like Joker, but I've seen Shazam 1 way more. I've seen Shazam 1 as just as much as I've seen, say, Disney Tarzan. I've seen that movie a lot.
Yeah. This relationship with the Wizard and Freddy, brilliant. Could have thrown Batson in on these scenes as well, though.
Would you have preferred if it was more just Billy and the Wizard in this moment? Like Billy loses his powers for a bit, and then he's stuck here. Like they actually take Billy instead, and not the kids. Well, not the other.
Yeah, like I never thought of it because Grayson's killing it in these scenes, but like and he's really good comedic partners with Hansu, but I was more thinking it could be Billy and him, and then the foster family had to save them because they're de facto kind of like the leaders, and what would the foster family do without these two? Like, so I thought maybe that would have been a cool thing where the foster family had to figure out a way to save them. But yeah, look, it works anyway. But yeah, Billy could have been cool here as well.
Susie preaching. Hero.
What did Susie say? Because I can't see. I'm watching on full screen.
Oh, she said they are very rewatchable. So she's agreeing with y'all comment.
See.
Like, all right, hurry up.
Yeah. See, even the corny parts of this, like Captain Every Powers, the Skittles thing, this thing, the most powerful thing about you is you. All of those pay off in the end. That's what I like about the movie. It's like you think something's corny and then it pays off at the end and you're like, totally worth it. Totally worth that corny bit. Do you know this was supposed to be Sinbad? The black guy.
That's Sinbad?
No, it was supposed to be.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did hear that rumor. Is it because of that Kazam movie or something?
Yeah, it was supposed to be.
Did that movie even ever come out?
I don't know. I'm so confused by it now. I think people think the Shazam movie was called Shazam or something like that. I love this bit. Oh,
Man,
you're totally serious.
Like, no, man, looking at the scene right here, the way Billy's talking, everything is all great. I think the only thing that it doesn't ruin it, but was a little bit too much was the Fast and Furious joke.
The Fast and Furious joke shouldn't have been in there.
Yeah, but like as far as his mannerisms, how he's acting right now,
it's normal.
It makes sense.
Yeah. Well, that's honestly the downside of so many delays. One of them, because at the time the joke was still kind of original. Then when the film released,
yeah,
I was so overdone by that point.
Yeah, people don't take that into consideration, even though I don't even think you need to, because the film's still pretty good. But people really don't take into consideration, like, this film was supposed to come out, like, what, a year?
2 years ago.
Or 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 or 3 years ago. And a lot of stuff like that was done that if it would have released at the time, would have been pretty original.
Yeah.
Susie said, I agree with hot takes again. I like the corniness because it pays off. Yep. As long as it pays off and goes somewhere, it's not so bad.
And it's kind of, besides some scenes like that, it's good corniness. I mean, and it also isn't just corniness for the hell of it. Like how the MCU does corny jokes. It's like they just make jokes out of thin air with no purpose. It's just like, hey guys, did you see the new Super Bowl? Ha ha ha. But, like, there's actually a purpose to this.
It was like if you remember in Shang-Chi, when Shang-Chi's like telling his friend his backstory on the plane, and then she just immediately like does a joke right after where she's like, oh, your name is Shang-Chi? And he's like telling her about his tragic backstory.
Yeah, exactly. I love the delivery of this line. You forgot about my family, didn't you, goddess? Because again, this is why people need to read comics or like the comics of these things who watch these films, because you'd realize that's exactly the kind of shit he would say from like the 50s comics, not even like the modern ones, like the golden age, like, you forgot about my powers, didn't you, Professor, evil or whatever. You know what I mean?
It's like people act like the golden age and golden age stuff cannot like still.
Do you think the people complaining about this film on Twitter actually read those comics?
No, I don't think they've read many.
I think they've read most of the new ones.
Yeah, listen, their comic knowledge is the same as Zack Snyder. They read a few Elseworlds comics there.
Well, the one general
thing I think a lot of people who call themselves DC fans basically have read Batman comics, maybe a couple of Superman comics.
I remember
they don't read a lot of other things. Maybe they've read the new Green Lantern, some like Green Lantern maybe, but like a lot of these other characters like Captain Marvel, Shazam, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, I feel like I'm the only one who's read their comics. Honestly. Like.
Okay. Just make sure everything was synced up.
Yeah. And I've read enough, just not enough where I'd consider myself a comic book fan.
No, I'm not. It's not a bad thing. I'm not saying anything against anyone, but I'm just saying, like, I think maybe if you're into DC because of Batman, you should just say you're a Batman fan, not you're a DC fan.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Because like that, and that's why they think DC's all dark and shit. It's like
Batman.
Mm-hmm. I mean, weirdly, I guess Batman and the Flash are kind of like the two characters a lot of people read comics of the most. But those are like the two I haven't read any comics of almost.
Flash is great though, but his comics are sometimes a little convoluted, but I still like them.
Yeah, I mean the shows when I was a kid, the shows always looked the most intriguing for me out of any. Because I won't get into. I've already been before, childhood, but yeah,
That'd be with the super people good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, whatever came on the TV, I just watched them. Change the channel or anything. And yeah, the Flash just never came on at that time. Whenever I would be watching it, but I mean, it looked the most intriguing to me out of all the animated shows. I never really liked the other ones, so.
I was arguing with some guy online who was like, "Oh, this isn't comic accurate because it's not like the old 50s comics or something like that." And he was like a big fan of the old TV show. And I was like, "Have you watched that old TV show? Because that like literally is not like Shazam comics either. Like, really isn't." Especially the Golden Age ones, but at least this one takes off from the New 52, but like has the same spirit as the old comics. Like it's got the same corniness.
Yeah. I mean, to me, I don't really care about that stuff because there are so many different comics, so many different versions.
Right.
It doesn't really matter to me. What matters to me is when a director like Zack Snyder makes a defense for a scene because it's because this comic did it. I was reenacting that, and then I'm like, okay, so I go and read the comic, and it's like it's nothing like that at all. What the fuck?
BVS is real quick. BVS is hardly even like his comic. The only thing that lines up from BVS is the reference he makes to the cover. The suit Batman has is barely the only similarity he has to the Dark Knight suit is the symbol and the ears. Other than that, it's a completely different suit.
Dude, I don't really, like I think it takes after like certain forms of the comic. Like as I said, like it's more the later New 52 stuff that he kind of took from. So at least it's somewhere in the comics.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's not. It's just when
it's
people talk about comic accuracy, they need to be specific. Like, oh, this is a comic accurate suit. Oh, this is a comic accurate moment. But when people say like, "Oh, this whole movie is comic accurate," no, it's not. There's so many changes.
Yeah, that's what I hate so much about BVS because it's like they'll say, "Oh, the suit was kind of like in certain things was an homage to like the Dark Knight Returns." It's like, okay, that doesn't make the whole thing accurate to that. What? Just because like the suit in one moment, it's like you can't just use that as like a whole defense for the film.
Yeah, Spider-Man 1 is not even fully accurate to the comics, but parts of it is accurate enough. Peter Parker, Goblin, Willem Dafoe, Norman.
Oh man, I missed one of my favorite jokes, man. When he goes like something about like he tells Helen Mirren like he's caught her or whatever, like they've caught her, and he goes, you underestimated us, and like your problem was lack of strategic thinking. Some shit like that. It's like fucking hilarious. Just the way he drops that line.
Susie said cold true, LOL. She also said I was lucky my mom grew up in the golden age and I got to read her old comics. Yeah, most of the comics I got to read was either hand-me-downs or it was my brother's. Or I found them online. See, that's the one thing that did kind of throw me off, and they was talking about the seed. Because I was thinking they was talking about the staff, but it's like, you already have the staff. What seed are you talking about? And now they finally allude to it. But they didn't mention it. It's just you was thinking like, oh, this is this staff the seed? Like, what's going on?
Billy just left it up. It's so hilarious. But I actually genuinely like the back and forth of how the villain gets the upper hand and then the hero gets the upper hand in this movie. It's like it's done really well, actually.
It's not completely unbalanced. Both sides are getting their just due with who's advancing where in the story.
Yeah, it has very little like plot holes and whatever. Like, I hate this whole porta potty joke, but I it's just toilet humor for me. I don't know why I've never found it funny, but that whole strand of the porta potty thing, I just thought necessary. Really, it would have been just enough to just see the guy like on the toilet, like.
Nerman, I didn't pay attention
about it.
Real quick, I didn't pay attention to it. Now I'm looking at it. Look at their armor, right? The sisters. And Thea's is completely gold, Calypso's is all black, and Helen Mirren's is right in the middle. That's perfect. That is perfect. Hers is Helen Mirren's, her Hesper's is gold and black, and Thea's is completely golden. Calypso's is black. That's perfect.
I think they're good Shazam villains. They're good villains for Shazam, as well. Like, considering they were just made up for this movie, like they completely work with the dragon and everything. I think it's kind of cool. Like, and as you said, it's better than ruining like an established villain.
Right, because these villains wasn't bad. Sure, I would prefer if they did an established villain, but let's say if these villains did suck. Okay, at least they didn't ruin something that was already established, but they didn't suck. Susie said, "True K-Dots, it can't all be exactly the same." Yep, I agree. Parts can be accurate, but everything cannot be the same. My brothers too, they were 70s and 80s babies, so I got all the best hand-me-downs. Oh, you got some good comics. 70s is when Batman started getting much better too.
I was a 90s, early 2000s guy, so the early 2000s were a little bit better for DC, whereas the 90s were really cool for Marvel, I thought.
Yeah. That shit with the staff was funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Weak.
Lucy Liu was playing it up, man. Freak all you people that didn't go support this movie in theaters. Freak all you people. Oh my god.
We could have got a third one that I think would have been like, I think it would have been better. Like, it would have been really good. But the problem is that Billy would have been too old, though, which would have been annoying. But
Nerman, I think what, because I looked at the credits and I forgot, the Rock Studio is directly honest for producing the first movie and the second movie. I mean, they was part of producing it, but it makes so much sense now how the limitations of the limitations of Black Adam in his presence was, because he was literally purposely keeping it out. That's why I say they need to stop letting these other random studios get so much input like The Rock. You can have The Rock work for you, but don't let his studio have so much input. They just make literally rock movies. That's all they make.
Mm-hmm.
All the movies Rock Studio made is literally just a rock. That's an ego. Wow, that's an ego.
It's kind of sad when Jungle Cruise is like one of his best, not his best. It's that's sad.
I haven't seen Jungle Cruise yet.
I like this bit where he's like we have to get away. The dragon's coming.
Man, Billy's mom is hot. Man, that's a beautiful actor.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is why I say freak these people who didn't support, because we could have got more of her in the third film. These trash DC fans these days don't be watching movies, and that's where, like, I'm being wise in my wallet now. Like, there's still some empty movies I'm going to support in theaters, but like, people are actively choosing as DC fans to not go support a DC film because of some issue with a director or whatever. It's like, are you a DC fan or not? Like, comics is a whole different thing. You can just read any old comic you want. You don't spend that much on comics, right? But dang, like, you know, you got to support the other media. Shit, I support the video games too.
Yeah. I mean, if you want more of them, I didn't mind as long as they didn't start demanding like the studio do stuff with Shazam. But when I saw someone going, "Oh, I want a Mary Marvel thing," I'm like, "Fuck you, man!" Like, what do you mean you want a Mary Marvel thing? You don't get to ask for shit now.
Mary Marvel did not do enough in this movie to require a movie. No, she was great though. I like Grace as Mary. She was great. Yeah, beautiful.
She's good. She's good. I like Darla and her. But...
All right, you guys. Would you say we officially in third act or second? I think we're still in second act.
Second act. Yeah.
It's second.
I'm just so afraid that people are not going to support enough these films, even when the universe gets restarted and the normies understand what's going on now, but instead of this confusing mess. Because I feel like after the flop of the first go at the universe, I just feel like there's going to be still some confusion always around or some like fatigue.
Yeah.
And I'm just concerned, especially since they're starting off with lower tier characters. So I'm just afraid.
They shouldn't have done this. Like, he should have done Superman and then, like, I don't know, Green Lantern, and hope those movies are like banging, and then maybe like experiment and then do like Martian Manhunter, you know, like
that. I mean, it would work in another situation. It's just with everything going on, I feel like I don't know. I'm just still concerned. And it's like before, God, imagine having like there's no fatigue, no nothing, the start of a universe. So all fans are just going to go out and support no matter what, and you still couldn't reach 1 billion.
My first few movies would have been Superman, Green Lantern, and then Wonder Woman and Green Lantern in the same year. Like, you need to like get Wonder Woman back on track. Like, basically, you need to take the taste of Wonder Woman 84 out of people's mouths while people still kind of have some like for the first movie.
All right, you guys, she's about to plant the seed.
Yeah.
I'm a DC fan, but DC fans, DC fans are so divided, and
they are crazy. Even in IRL, honestly, they are kind of. I guess say what you want about the MCU, but like I've been told those, day one things with MCU films, and they're all just the nicest people, so happy. And then I go to just a couple or a few with DC films like the Batman, and they are the most just rude motherfuckers around, and just batshit insane people just came out of their basements. to go watch the Batman. Fucking hell.
I didn't get that
It's those
sense.
Batman fans you gotta watch out for. Them motherfuckers are sneaky. If you don't give Batman fans what they want, they will make you suffer.
Oh yeah, the Batman fans. As much as I love the style and
well,
universe,
Batman stands. Let me say Batman stands. Let me make it clear.
Batman stands they're not as bad. Nothing can be as bad as like Snyder cultists, but Batman stands are pretty toxic as well.
I don't know about that. But like,
if you look in the community on Twitter, I mean,
maybe, but like,
they're
I feel like
as well.
I feel like they go out and support Batman, like when he comes out, like, you know, and they're able to deal with different interpretations of him, and like for the most part, but there are some hardcore ones that are like, oh my god, like Keaton killed, and it's like, dude, like, whatever, man, like.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't mean in like those levels. Like that one is like specifically for the really bad ones, like Snyder cultists. I mean, just like regular toxicity. Like anytime somebody thinks like a certain scene isn't very good in the Batman, like they'll just like come out in hordes attacking them and then just reposting clips and saying, "Oh no,
Hey.
you're fucking blind and fuck you."
Can I just say these monster designs in Shazam are fucking like they're really cool actually. Like,
yeah, Jada said they're better than D&D's.
I quite like the monster designs, and like what's his name? The director gets like picked up here as well. Yeah, Sandberg gets picked up.
Seriously, I already read that. Yes, get Wonder Woman back, and let's forget Wonder Woman 84 ever happened.
Yeah, they should wipe that out of existence.
That's why it's just once the Flash movie comes out, I think the movie's gonna be solid. Blue Beetle needs to be good. Aquaman 2 needs to be good, but
Blue Beetle is not going to be good, so just forget about it.
They shouldn't have. They should have either canceled it as well, or just released it digitally, and then later, depending on its reception, have it as an Elseworlds film or not, but then bring back the original actors if they like them. And
I don't think that.
have a redo at the film in the new universe. So, sort of like what they should have done with Batgirl instead of scrapping it. Hey,
you know what? Like Blue Beetle, I believe is going to be everything that people are saying that this movie is. All the criticisms that are being laid against this movie, I think you're going to find in Blue Beetle. And I don't mean to be like, I'm going to go out and watch it.
I think both films are going to have a good family dynamic, as they should.
Can you believe they're releasing that in IMAX? Like, holy. It's like releasing Cocaine Bear in IMAX. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Blue Beetle's going to be gotcha cinema.
Jesus
we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I'm not like completely like, you know, I'm not a Blue Beetle fan, so I don't know about the character, and I don't know if this fits the comics or not.
I don't really know much about the character, but I like the idea of the character.
I think they needed to play up more in the trailer how much this thing is in control of him.
This is my favorite scene in the movie here.
This is my favorite scene, yeah.
This is probably the most rewatchable scene in the movie, this moment right here. This is the absolute most rewatchable. When you talk to the
you know
wizard.
what would have made it better when I saw it in theaters?
What?
If you hadn't have shown it to us.
Mm-hmm.
But they both nail it in this scene. Both Zachary and the wizard and Billy and the mother.
Like, this is why I say I don't know what people are talking about when they say Asher and Billy don't line up. This is how Billy would act in this moment. You know, the pouty face, everything. It's all lining up.
Great.
I love this bit with the wizard though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If given a chance, the way he says chance as well.
Yeah. And one last thing I'll say about Blue Beetle is the one thing I'll at least give it credit for. The actor looks like he's trying his best, but the supporting cast looks like crap. And even though the CGI, obviously, it's very low budget, it at least does well with its. It does well considering its low budget and how it was at first just made as like a digital made for TV film. At first, it's kind of sort of like early 2000s superhero CGI with the action scene. So I'll at least give it that.
I mean, for a streaming movie, I was shocked by the visuals a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. I was in some scenes. I was shocked.
I love this bit. The way Billy plays this, or the Asher plays this, is great. Like, he should have been in this film more. I don't give a fuck.
I agree.
Yeah.
I look, Nerman, you see that part where he said, "If I don't get eaten by a dragon," that's literally how Zachary talks. I'm telling you, people don't pay attention to these movies, man. They literally do not talk that different. You're my Billy.
Even now, it gives me chills, man.
Damn, his mom's hot shit.
I wish the lightning was a bit bigger though, with the Shazam change, man.
Hey, we don't need to kill the family. Well, he can actually control the output of it.
God, that comment you made about his mom reminded me. When I first saw it in theaters, I forgot what the mother character from the first looked like. So with how she looked, I just thought it was like one of the younger characters, like girlfriends or something.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Sean. If you compare her to the first movie, because she has a different hairstyle, it does look like a different woman is playing her. It absolutely like a different woman is playing her. It's the same mom from the first movie, but it looks like a totally different woman. But it's because
she's more meaningful than Marissa Tomei in 3 fucking Spider-Man movies. That's straight facts.
Yeah, I can't remember anything about her character.
Oh my god!
There's no need to do that. We all know the answer, but god damn. And it's not because she's a good actress, so why didn't you use her at all? Like, what the fuck?
I was actually shocked by this when she kills Hespera. Like, I wasn't expecting that somehow for some reason. I love this Lucy Liu. You guys, I swear to God, like, I used to watch Ally McBeal. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that show, Ally McBeal. No one's answering me. Because Lucy Liu was in Ally McBeal, and she had a character called Ling, who was hilarious. She was really good as Ling, and she went straight Ling on that last scene.
Oh, that show. Okay, yeah, I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's not worth watching, but I used to watch it, and I was a kind of fan because of Lucy Liu, and she was like really funny in the show, and she just like she basically became her character in that show in that last scene, and so that always cracks me up. But, like,
yeah, this looks like one of those shows like that like somebody watches a few episodes of just for some actor, and then they realize it's trash, but for some reason they keep watching it. They feel like they need to until they finish it for the hell of it.
Dude, I'm telling you, they underutilize these kid characters. She is great. This girl, Darla.
It's sort of like the reverse. Well, actually, no, not the reverse. It is like the Batman.
No, man, you're only saying that because she replied to your tweet, man. There's a bias in your heart at this point.
No, I was gonna say that too. Like they underutilize all those characters.
I agree.
These kids should have had more in this movie, and it would have made it better. Just like
Susie said, "I love Lucy Liu." Lucy Liu is super underrated actor.
Did Nerman freeze? Oh, never mind. But yeah,
the last big thing Lucy Liu was in was Charlie's Angels.
That was are you what?
Yeah, Charlie's Angels.
Are you?
Yeah, she was.
I mean, has she done any?
And she was in the Quentin Tarantino movies as well.
I know she
was really good. Said the last good thing was Charlie's Angels.
No. I said the last big thing she was in was Charlie.
Yeah, you.
I didn't say last good thing. I'm not saying she hasn't done anything good since, but
okay. Let's look at some other big things here. I mean, I won't even look at much. I'll just look at like the first one or two things I see. Yep, Kill Bill 1 and 2 came out after Charlie's Angels, and then
I forgot she was in that.
And then also she voice acted a character in Kung Fu Panda as well.
I just said the Quentin Tarantino movies.
No, because I'll be honest with you,
she was good in those, man. Oh as
the villain in Kill Bill, as the villain in Kill Bill. She wasn't bad. It's just like she was not the memorable thing about that movie for me. She was not the memorable part.
She was cool.
She was not bad. She just was not the memorable part of that movie for me.
Shut your whore mouth.
She wasn't.
Man. She was fucking fantastic.
Yes.
I'm not saying she was bad. She just was not the thing in the movie. I like, wow, ooh, that girl with the mace,
dude. You're talking over the original Captain Marvel just coming up, bro. Like Captain Marvel just came in.
No need to hear her.
That was the original Billy Batson, man. That bit, like, I was the only one in the cinema who was like, "Oh my god, it's the original."
I mean, as soon as I saw
because you think anybody actually watched anything prior to the MCU.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet you every.
Man, there's some moment somehow right here where Billy uses wisdom. Watch this.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah. Like, I bet you every MCU fanboy who is freaking out in Multiverse of Madness with Professor X just watched the newer, shittiest X-Men films and saw him from that instead of anything else.
The first X-Men movies were pretty bad.
He was a snake suit. Yeah, I do remember that.
No, but early on there was a couple that were some of the better ones, and then Logan.
X2. That was the only
what I'm
good
saying
one.
though is like the newest ones besides Logan were like hot garbage though.
X-Men First Class was the best one. Like, straight up, it's the best X-Men.
Well, either way, he wasn't.
And that's a sad thing to say because I think it's really good, but like it doesn't even have. It's not even because of the X-Men. It's just because of Charles and Magneto.
Professor X.
Yeah.
Trying to taste the rainbow, you guys. These are some pretty unique unicorn designs too.
I love this scene. I swear to God, I can't stand people hating this on this scene, man. It's like it's pure fucking Darla from the comics, man. And I love the relationship between her and Mary. How Mary tries to protect her because she's like too innocent.
Yeah. I think people was tripping too much about the product placement. They only talk about Skittles twice in this movie, and it's like this moment and the first moment.
Apparently, this was written before they got the endorsement by the Skittles. That's what the director said, and I kind of believe him because he doesn't like. He seems pretty like on the level. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think this was written in before because, again, if you read the comics. I know it's a weak thing to say because you should be able to just watch the film and blah, blah, blah. But, you know, it's like when you watch a Batman movie. If you read the comics, you appreciate like certain nuances of how they've, characterized him more than if you'll
know why characters do certain mannerisms. That's why, like, Trying to think of an example of a character.
She's
Okay.
dude, man. Darla's my spirit animal, bro.
It's a little thing, but let's say Ezra Miller's Barry Allen, right?
Listen to this score for the and then tell me about the Barry Allen bit. But listen to the score for the Shazam family, man. I love this score. It's got the little bit of the Superman vibe.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, they need to keep this score going forward, man. It's a good score. Anyway, what were you saying about Barry Allen?
It's like with Barry, right? How if you look at how he's portrayed in the Justice movies, he's portrayed as an antisocial recluse type of dude. Not saying you can't portray a character like that, but that's not what Barry Allen is. That's why if you didn't read the comics and you looked at that and it's like and you liked it, that's fine. You have to compare it to the books. Barry Allen's more confident, outgoing type of dude. Dude literally works in CSI.
Are you talking about in Zack Snyder's Justice League or the
both
of them? Both. I don't think it goes.
Like for example,
look. As I said, it doesn't go against the spirit of Flash in general because Flash has had two major people take over the mantle of it, like Wally West and Barry.
Well, that's the thing. Made two characters.
So, I just don't care about like them mixing them. I really don't. I don't. What is your issue with that? Like that.
Like okay, let's say if you had a universe, right, and you did bring in a Wally West, and you have already Barry Allen acting like Wally West.
Why would you bring Wally West into a fucking universe? I don't. What would be the point? And even if you did, you could just make it. Not really. Like even if you did bring in Wally West, you could just make him funnier.
Nah, because then
you could make him funnier. You could like I think you're going on like Flash was busting jokes every single fucking scene.
No. That's not.
He was not doing that in Zack Snyder's Justice League.
That's not my issue. I don't have issues with Flash, but issues of like Barry Allen saying, "Oh, I don't have any friends. I'll join the team." Like that type of shit. That's not Barry Allen.
That's not Wally West either.
Yeah, it was like it's not even like what is that? Who is that at that point? That's what I say.
I don't know. It's their version to contrast against the rest of the Justice League. They're trying to make the Justice League contrast with each other more. I see what I really understand. Like,
if I didn't read any,
you're right, but I just think you're being a bit too nerdy about it. At that point, it's like they have to have like this isn't exactly Freddy from the comics. You know what I'm saying? Like they made Freddy into something different for this to make him more entertaining.
Yeah.
Like Freddy isn't a comic book nerd, like who knows all about like Superman and Batman and stuff like that in the comics, not even in the New 52. He's more of like a streetwise like kid who like who like sells people like sick notes and stuff like he I don't know, like he's not like how he was in this. Like it's different.
Well, I don't know too much about Freddy's character because I can't even
sure
really speak on it. But as far as this is my thing, if you want to make changes, that's fine, but keep the spirit of the character.
And they did keep the spirit of the character of Flash.
Yeah, but that's like look at it from this standpoint. This is a man who's about to join the Justice League. You need to give a compelling reason on why he wants to join this team and do something this daring.
We've
He already
argued
doing
this
something
before.
daring. He's out there being a hero, but his reason is because I'm looking for friends.
That is
not compelling.
That's
exactly
reason.
Batman asked him, I'm trying to get a team together. Then he says, "Yeah, I'll join. I'm looking for
He's
friends."
just being nervous. It's not his real reason. He's just being nervous. I think he thinks it's just cool to have all these heroes like to join. Like that's it. Like I think that whole thing of I need friends, because he doesn't bring it up again in the whole thing. It's not like it's part of his arc or something. Like it's not like he doesn't know how to socially interact with them. Like, you know, like he clearly, I don't know, man. I'm trying, like, I try and understand that you specifically want a Barry take on it, but I'm just saying Barry is very serious and the rest of the characters are very serious. So
I mean, I'm not saying you can't make
everyone would be serious.
I'm not saying you can't make him a little fun. I mean, even Barry in the Flash TV show is a little bit fun too, but for the most part, he's confident, serious about what he needs to do. Might be a little bit not even really antisocial. Very much confident in what he's doing. Team leader type of stuff, just how Flash was in the Justice League of America comics. I very much have a team leader mentality. If need be.
Why would he have a team leader mentality when you've got Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman on the team? Why would you want Flash to, like, I don't know, like,
as Flash used to lead
let's rewatch the cartoons again, because I'm confused. Did you watch like the animated cartoons? Like, even sometimes Barry's funny and also a little bit like he's less confident in himself, even in the fucking cartoons, apart from the Flashpoint.
Wait, which one? Because I mean, Barry's not really in a lot of the cartoons.
He's in.
I mean, he was in.
He was that way in.
Wait, we can't.
Justice League Doom. In Justice League Doom, he's that way. He's kind of a little bit that way, even in Justice League on Two Earths. I mean,
well, yeah, he's unsure. Is what I'm talking about in the Flash show is specifically just him.
So the Flash show is nothing like the Flash in the comics. So using that as a barometer of like what the Flash is supposed to be is like, that's crazy.
I'm not talking about the other outliers with old Team Flash stuff. Team Flash is not a typical thing in the comic. There's no
maybe you just like more serious heroes. I don't know.
No, that's because I love Billy Batson. Look, this is the thing. Look in Justice League. Zack Snyder said this. He made Barry autistic. When has Barry ever been autistic?
Who cares?
That is not the character I'm talking about. It's like you took Spider-Man and made him like a cripple. Peter Parker's not a cripple.
You mean a cripple?
You want to do a cripple character and make somebody a cripple?
Do you know? I've talked.
I'm not saying autistic people are cripples. I'm just giving an example.
Yeah, exactly. Autistic people can seem very normal. You could, like, unless you've got serious, like, high level autism. If you've got like Asperger's, a lot of people wouldn't even notice it.
But that's the thing. All right. What if we made Superman?
And he never specifically states that he's autistic in the movie, nor does it.
He doesn't say it, but he
like, would you have thought he was autistic if he hadn't made that comment?
No, I just think he's awkward and antisocial.
He's awkward. He's a little bit awkward. He's not even antisocial. He's like very sociable with the rest of the people. He gets on with them.
Yes, antisocial.
He's emotionally supportive to them. He's just a little bit younger and a little bit more unsure of himself, and that works because otherwise you're going to have like 5 heroes who are all sure of themselves. Aquaman sure of himself, Superman sure of himself, Wonder Woman sure of himself. It's like, and Flash being the most powerful in some sense, that's what's interesting about having him be the most unsure person on that team. It's like he literally can do things with his powers that like turning back time and stuff like that like make it cool to have that contrast. We could talk about this after, because this scene is we missed the greatest scene.
I mean, it's fine. This is like a director's commentary DVD. I mean, we've seen this film a couple times already.
True, but I love that
We're
scene.
doing the comedy. The commentary David F. Sandberg needs to be doing.
Yeah.
Do directors even do those anymore? Commentaries like on DVDs and shit?
They do.
And if you want to hear the most embarrassing one in history, watch the Jon Favreau one on The Lion King.
The live action one?
Yeah, that is one of the most embarrassing films of all time, and I can't believe people actually defend it.
Well, when I forced James Earl Jones to do this voice acting, I didn't think he's going to sound too old, but he's old.
God,
so
if you haven't seen the YMS video part 1 on it, you need to watch it.
The Lion King. I tried to watch the beginning and I just couldn't get through it. It was just like, it's the same with Aladdin. I tried to get through that movie. I didn't understand what people were talking about. Like, Will Smith just never should have been casted as the genie, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I think he could have made an interesting Iago.
We are currently here.
I think Will Smith could have done a good Iago or something like that, but they needed to go a different direction with the genie. Like,
we're here in the film, guys.
Because you can't redo Robin Williams. Robin Williams is like one of a kind, but
too iconic.
Yeah, you needed. I said that I thought Jamie Foxx would have been an interesting choice for the genie.
I'm sorry, that was cool when you punched the fucking dragon. That shit was fucking dope.
Oh man, I just missed my favorite scene though. You know how your favorite scene is the crying scene? My favorite scene is like that Captain Every Powers scene, where he goes, I'm Captain Every Powers Jr. and yeah, I'm Captain Every Powers Jr. and don't you forget it. That was just like,
this a emotionally powerful third act.
Yeah.
But it just, people like critique this shit so much. Like, ooh, his face is like, oh my
God. And the music here.
Him looking at it like, yo,
I love it. He hasn't. You know what people are saying? That he made jokes during this fight scene, and I'm like, where did he make a joke during this fight scene? They were like, oh yeah, he doesn't even get serious at the end. I'm like, he completely gets serious from about like not even just this fight scene. I think before this fight scene, like a good 20 minutes, he's serious.
That's why this is actually a lot more serious than the third act of Shazam 1. That's a crazy thing. This is a lot more serious than Shazam 1 third act, and people, it's like, what the fuck?
But he was serious as well in that. But like,
it's not saying
you're right.
He was acting more like a kid, but like since he's older, he completely took the serious. You remember the deleted scene David F. Sandberg took out where he's like singing and shit? I'm glad he didn't keep that shit in, because that probably would have made me hate the third act if he kept that singing bullshit in. Billy singing and shit.
Oh yeah, that was.
And the Gatorade thing Calypso brings up again. This scene is so much better than that deleted scene they took out. I'm so glad they took that shit out.
Yeah, that was the one scene that I was like, yeah, you're absolutely right to have taken that one out. There was part of it that was good.
Yeah.
But
like the clapping
for the most part,
on Billy.
Yeah, when the people were cheering him, yeah, that might have worked, but still, I think that altogether it worked better that he did it. He made the right choice there.
And that's the thing, and that's why I like David Sandberg for what he did with these movies. With the deleted scenes he did take out, like that, the important scenes, he made the right decisions. Dude, like him taking out that third act with the singing and stuff and picking this scene instead was solid. That was a good decision to make. Most directors would have went like, oh, just keeping that goofy ass shit.
Mark my words, if put it this way: if people don't just completely forget about this movie is going to be reevaluated one day, and it's going to be like a kid's classic. Like one of those kids, how Stand By, not Stand By, The Goonies or something like that. It's going to be one of those movies, like in future, like a Christmas movie or something like that, because I just, how am I going to put this? Everyone's going to be jumping on the bandwagon like in a year or two or something like that. There will people be jumping on the bandwagon like, oh, I always loved this movie. And it's the same with these people now who are like, do you remember online anybody apart from me and you going like, hey, Rock, you're a fucking Shazam villain, not a Superman villain. Everyone was supporting him on fighting Superman. You remember that?
Yeah.
Dots, like everyone, I mean, obviously there were a few more people like us, but for the most part, I would say 90% of people were like, oh yeah, just completely ignoring Black Adam was a Shazam villain, and completely going along with Rock. He was like, I'm listening to the fans and blah blah blah. And now everyone's saying the same thing, like, oh, Rock, why didn't you But yeah, I think once all the stupidity has died down, if people give this film another go, they just randomly watch it, I think they'll change their minds. At least a good portion of them will change their minds. And I don't know what they're talking about. It's like they go at the end of this movie that Shazam should have been dead. They shouldn't have brought it's kind of cheap Wonder Woman bringing him back. It's like,
yeah, why would you kill off fucking? Yes, you can dude. It's like this with fucking.
Dude, it's like Beauty and the Beast. Could you imagine Beauty and the Beast? Because a bunch of adults are just going, "Oh man, this movie just would have been so much deeper if
it's when you get into the constant
movie.
It's when you get into the constant of, and this is, to be fair, they do this in comics all the time, and you create comics with no stakes at some point. Characters dying and getting revived constantly, and it starts to become a repetitive thing. In this movie's case, right, you gotta look at this from a franchise standpoint. Why would you not bring back Shazam and continue stuff? It doesn't change that the death in the moment hit, because that sacrifice did mean a lot that Billy made. I mean,
it's still hit.
Yeah, he literally prepared himself for it. He knew it was coming, and he took it head on. Didn't run away from it. They didn't joke about it.
They set up the Wonder Woman stuff before. She clearly says why she's there, because she got the letter.
Yep.
Everything works. And the only thing I'll say is what you're saying, yeah, they do that trope a lot of the superhero dying and then coming back. But again, I have to emphasize this is a kid's movie. Beauty and the Beast. I still feel when the Beast dies at the end at the hands of Gaston. Right? Is it Gaston?
Gaston, yeah. Or Gaston.
Yeah, I still feel when he dies, when he gets stabbed, I still feel oh man, he really loved Beauty and or Belle or whatever, and I'm almost misty-eyed and whatever. But you have to bring the Beast back. The movie doesn't work without the Beast coming back, because it's a fucking kids movie. If it was an adults movie, they have to think about what genre these superhero movies are. I know they're superhero movies, but they also have their own specific genres depending on the character. If it was a Batman movie, I'd say complete cop-out. Or like Batman BVS, when Superman dies at the end and then you just see the thing come up. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of weak, because in that movie you could have you shouldn't have killed Superman in the first place. But if you did kill Superman, at least just like keep him dead.
It's with the because there's more reasons to it. So I say his introduction and stuff was the killing him. Okay, sure, you killed him in the second movie. It was already bad enough that you glorified BVS as a pretty much a Batman stand movie. Like any Batman stand, that's their movie. Shit, that's a Batman fan's wonderland. Batman has the best action scenes in Superman. He has more lines than Superman. He does the coolest shit in the movie compared to Superman. And he even beats Superman's ass. He basically makes Superman his bottom bitch.
Yeah, I advertised that film as
and then you kill him, and it's like, what the fuck is this? This is a Batman fan's dream of just seeing Batman beat the shit out of Superman, kick his ass, even if it doesn't make that much sense. And then it's like, what the hell you giving Superman fans? Man of Steel, while I have my issues, I like Man of Steel more than BVS. That was Superman's shit. Batman didn't come in last minute and save the day. It was Superman and his characters that was.
That makes sense though, because we all know Zack Snyder hated Superman. That's why he made Man of Steel.
Right, exactly. But look, without the slander on other movies, I'm just saying, like, in the end of the day, like, I don't expect at the end of Leon, the Professional, for Leon to have like magically survived the, like sacrificing himself somehow.
Right.
You know what I mean? That ruins that movie. But in this movie, it's just
here
like,
comes the hater.
I don't know. How would you, like, what would you have done? How would you have ended it? He would have just been at the funeral. That would have been it. That's how you would have ended this movie,
guys.
What up, Bonzo?
You guys.
Oh, your camera's
just come here to hate.
Blurry on.
Let the hate reign. You're having a good conversation.
Here it comes.
How's it going?
MCU slander. It's a good thing we made it to the end of the movie before he got here. We made it.
I made sure it was the end because I didn't want to see that crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're here at this point of the movie, guys. At this point of the movie.
No, but I'm being serious. What do you end it with? His funeral? Is that what they're trying to say? They should have ended it with his funeral.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Like, how would you have ended the movie?
If this was getting a guaranteed third film, then yeah, you could have ended on him dying. He gets revived in the next movie, but we know that's not the case. This is it. But even, let's say if they did kill him, would I be mad at it? No, but if there's like just 3 movies and they only did, 2 and it wasn't connected to a bigger universe and they killed Billy in the second film, okay. That's a different type of thing, but this is part of a big expanded universe.
And you know what they're saying as well? They go that, that it's kind of a deus machina because, like, how does Wonder Woman have the powers to bring him back to life? Wonder Woman doesn't have the powers to bring him back to life. She has the power to spark up the fucking staff, which then gives him the powers. Like,
I would have ended it by having him resurrect as Stalin, but
he should have died.
Of course, Sean. Of course, you wanted him to die. Also, you MC fans and our characters to die and never go anywhere.
Yes, he should have died. Absolutely, 100%. He should have died.
And that's the movie, guys.
I wish Kevin Feige was dead.
Of course you do, because you're a hater.
He's a serial killer.
Wait, let me show this real quick. See this, man. This is why sometimes I envy these MCU fans. I wish we had y'all fans because people like this, man. Look at this. Why is 90% of the latest DCU movie scenes set during the day? Answer, and it's no joke because this is how a movie isn't dark in WB's mind. These are the latest 4, but you can add to the list every movie since Aquaman. They've even set Zack scenes in daylight in JL 2017. What is the problem with having a daytime? complaining about a daytime shot.
Actually, we have Zach didn't even film like half of those at night, right? He just put like an ugly filter on it that looked like shit, just like the rest of BPS.
I thought about it. We have more superhero movies with fights that take place at night than they do during like any other time, like third act fights that take place at night than they do in the day. Like the end game fight kind of takes place at night.
Cover the CGI. That's the only reason.
Yeah, like what? Most of the Suicide Squad was at night. Like most of all the majority of these were at night.
Third act fights.
What did the guy say?
He says, all right, let me bring it back up.
Like what the majority of DC films have been at night. What the fuck is this? This is like one out of a...
No, but like, yeah, go on.
Why is 90% of the latest DCU movies seen set during the day?
Okay, so you haven't watched them. Okay, got it.
Because like the end fight scene and this is set in the night in Shazam. So he's not referring to Shazam. He's referring... What's he referring to? He's got Shazam in that picture.
He's referring to every film that isn't just him, Dick Pride, and Zack Snyder stuff.
Shazam final fight.
I'm talking about third act, but he's talking about in general. Like I saw people complaining about Keaton, the third, because this is the third act of the Flash, them fighting during the day, and people was like, "Why is Batman out during the day?" It's like he's fucking Batman. He needs to go fight.
Yeah. Okay. So they're complaining because in the
new
was
films, Superman out in the night? I mean,
yeah, they're having the films now be 50% day and 50% night instead of like 99% night like Zack Snyder's films, and they're butthurt by that. Okay.
Or super movies in general. I say there's a lot of super movies that have like third act fights. No Way Home set during the night. Daredevil, the early previous one set during the night. Black Panther is set in a dark area when they're fighting.
What are they talking about anyway? The majority of the recent DC movies have been having most of their fights at night and everything.
No, but wait a second.
And some of these aren't even out yet. We don't know exactly.
Superman and Batman fought during the night, yeah? Why is Superman in the night? Do you know what I'm saying? Superman should be in the day, right? Like it's all daytime for Superman. Why is it like the double standard? Like here, so Superman can fight at night, but Batman can't fight in the day. What's going on?
That's why I need the Flash movie to hurry up and
haters
just get rid of that old shit so we can move on. You're already recasting the Superman. You're recasting the Batman. You can keep Godot maybe. Get rid of just recast it. Get rid of all the pillars of the Snyderverse and destroy it. Ezra Miller too. Bye to him.
Look, you could have rebooted it at one point, but it's done now. So like, just I really. Which movie sucks? This movie?
Shazam. She is 100% correct. Shazam is garbage.
Okay, this is the same person who said Ant-Man 3 isn't that bad.
Get Onzo off of this shit, man.
I ain't going nowhere.
You offended Ant-Man 3, so just stop.
I will defend Ant-Man 3. It's better than Shazam. I will
die on a hill. Like this is the if I had to take a pill. Right, and it would kill me. If I take the Shazam pill, it would kill me. If I take the Ant-Man pill, it would kill me. I'd rather die eating the Shazam pill because I will die consuming a beautiful movie. And then that Ant-Man, I can't consume that and then die. You know, it's gonna be. That's not the last thing I want to die with.
Here's the thing, Bell. Did you? I don't know if you liked the Shazam one. Did you? Ant-Man 3 is better than Shazam. Laughing my ass off, and I'm a DC fan. Look, you didn't like Shazam 1 either.
Yeah, I mean, if someone doesn't like Shazam 1, it makes sense.
No, but here's the thing about it. I know Bell's reasonable. But I feel like some of that is like your Zack Snyder love.
Well, she's more of a fan of the darker stuff.
Or maybe you're a fan of the darker stuff or whatever, but like, I outside of like,
Oh no, she said Shazam 1 is good. I thought she didn't like it.
Well, hold on. What was wrong about like that? Now look, this was weaker than the first, but they call it garbage. I mean, like, what did the film do that was so bad? Well, what did the film do that was so bad?
I think that this
I
is
said
way,
it many times. I
I
don't even want to bother going through that. Go back to the other streams, and you can tell what my issues are.
It's just opinions at the end of the day. But I swear on, so it's like sometimes it's like there'll be amazing.
Don't even talk about opinions, Cole, because yours is worse than everybody else on this panel. All right, so stop.
Okay.
Stop it.
It's like there'll be films with like amazing visual fight choreography scenes,
and not one person disagreed with me. K-Dot didn't say no. Nerdman didn't say no. So that's some approval. That's some approval right there.
I never said that. I never said that.
You didn't have to. Silence says it all.
You don't even know what my opinion because I barely say what my opinions are on films.
We
which
do.
Is why we're doing that one stream.
I think it's fine. You know, like if you don't like a certain tone of movie, that's fine. But at the same time, I don't see. Are you saying they shouldn't make a Shazam movie? Should DC not have made a Shazam movie? Because to me, there's some other ways you could have done it. You could have gone more of a Stranger Things route, like that kind of tone. But in the end, it's a kids movie, and it's always going to be kind of childish. So I don't know. Yeah, I think he did a pretty good job of translating what's in the comics. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I liked Helen Mirren though; she was good. I thought she was good.
She was fine.
Yeah, like
the
I
whole
thought
cast
she was really
acted
good.
well. Yeah, it was filmed well.
Let me bring this. See, this how David F. Sandberg handled the dynamic of the villains very well. As I said,
That paper dragon. What the fuck was that? The dragon was cool.
Yeah, the dragon was cool. What do you mean?
What's wrong with the dragon?
It's better than D&D's dragon, as Jaded said.
He really did a good job with just little details such as the armors and stuff. Helen Mirren is a mix of the two. Calypso's is totally gray, and Thea's is gold, which symbolizes more, good nature and stuff.
Dude, this is better than 90% of the MCU movies. Straight facts.
Blah, blah, blah,
Hashtag
yeah, you see,
facts.
I know, like there are points.
This is better than every single Spider-Man movie in the MCU.
Yes. Okay.
What? It is far more rewatchable than many of the DC movies in the past couple of years too. It's more rewatchable than some of my favorites like Aquaman. I rewatched this more than Aquaman.
I'll rewatch this more than the Batman. Yeah, I'd rewatch it more than Wonder Woman.
And I love the Batman. I love that Batman shit.
The Batman was boring, bro.
Well, good for you, but like, it's a good movie, and it's like, and as he said, as he said, the two Shazam movies are easily more rewatchable than a lot of the other ones. The other ones in DC.
So
those are movies that I prefer.
You'd watch them over the Batman movie?
Yeah.
You prefer the Shazam movies over the Batman movies?
I don't prefer them. I'm saying the Batman's good, but I like to take my time between watching those. Whereas Shazam, I can just stick on every Christmas. Like, why? It just
if
puts
it's
me
really
in a good
good.
mood.
Why? No, I mean the Batman movies. Why do you have to wait so long if they're good movies?
To get the emotion out of it, because like I think the Wonder Woman, you almost have to forget like aspects of it so that you can get that emotional weight of like
the only emotion that Batman movie made was to make people cry. It made me want to cry when I left that theater. That's what I'm saying. That's the only emotion that the Batman gives. Yeah, I hear that. Oh crap! It was boring.
I know there are points where you're just being a bit sarcastic for stream entertainment. You've kind of admitted that before. Like some films you call.
I never admit that.
Yeah, some films you call.
I never said that.
You said you actually think are decent, but you.
I never said that.
Yeah, you said it with the Dark Knight.
Said that.
You said it with the Dark Knight.
The Dark Knight is garbage.
Okay. Anyway, so it's hard to tell
He
what
basically
times
said that The Dark Knight's a good movie to me.
I never said that.
He said it's okay.
He said it was a good movie, but he doesn't like
Where are the receipts?
Let me finish.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you this. Go ahead.
This is what Unzo does. This is what
I'm
Unzo
listening.
does. You said that basically what you don't like about the Dark Knight is his Batman voice. That's the thing that aggravates you so much that you don't like it.
Epic
but you admit that the Joker was a great villain. You did, and you admitted that the film, other than that, was pretty good.
But why?
Huh?
But why? I've always said, take the Joker out of that movie, and it's garbage.
Yeah, but the Joker is the movie. That's
it's
how
garbage.
Can you take out the movie?
Joker out of that movie, and it's okay. Take out Heath Ledger and his performance. And
okay, so you want to take the movie out of the movie?
No, take Heath Ledger's performance out of that movie. Let's say it was like a Jared Leto movie's garbage. The only reason why that movie was good was because of Heath Ledger.
It wouldn't be great, but it would still be all right.
It was only
wait a second.
That's not true at all.
So you're saying the director did a good job in casting and got a great performance out of the actor, but if you take away the best thing that the director did in the movie, then the movie's garbage.
No,
Does that make sense?
I'm saying the movie is garbage, but the only
do you
reason
agree
why
that
hold on, no, you're twisting my words. I've always said the movie's garbage. I said the only reason why that movie is decent is because of the Joker. The rest of it is garbage.
So
the story's garbage. Christian Bale is garbage.
But 90% of the movie's the Joker. That's
so
where
we're going. That still doesn't mean the movie is good because one person. No, that still doesn't mean the movie is good just because one person is good in that movie. No, nothing.
What really? You didn't like the van chase scene? That was really well done.
The what?
The van chase scene, with the rocket launcher. That was really well done. What do you mean?
That was a good scene.
No.
You didn't like when the bat chase with the
boat stuff, all that.
No. We didn't ask you about the boat stuff.
But I'm telling you, I said no.
The tumbler
Can I
chase.
spell it out for you? And
so you think that's a bad
tumbler is the worst fucking Batmobile ever. What are you talking about? It's garbage. The tumbler is garbage. The only thing that was good was when that fucking motorcycle came out of it. But that tumbler is fucking garbage.
There is good things about it. Okay.
Nah, that tumbler's the best Batmobile. It can ride on rooftops. That's the
you
best.
Are out of your fucking mind.
It does the most.
Like Morgan
that
Freeman,
Batmobile is tight. It's not the best looking one. Keaton has a better looking Batmobile.
What's bad about it? What's bad about it?
All Keaton's Batmobiles were better. First off,
I didn't say they weren't. But what's bad about
it looks more like a tank than a fucking Batmobile. That's what I'm talking about. It's not a it's something like a fucking you can go see the fucking US Army. You go down there, they're using shit like that.
Have you read The Dark Knight Returns?
It looks like a fucking.
Are you aware of The Dark Knight Returns?
Yes, I am. Yes, I've watched the cartoon and I've read the fucking book. What are we talking about?
And you've read the book. And
yes,
so is there not some precedent in the comics for the Batmobile to look like that?
I don't care if it is. I'm not talking about.
So you don't like the Dark Knight Returns one?
I don't like the tumbler. Period.
You don't like the Dark Knight Returns Batmobile?
I don't like no, I do not.
You don't like so you don't like that one.
There.
No, okay, all right, good. All right. So but you're aware that this comes from the comics.
I don't care.
So how can you say it doesn't look like a Batmobile if it comes from a comic?
Because it comes from one version of a comic, right? Normally the Batmobiles don't look like that. So you have one version. You have one version where it's garbage. So I don't care if it's comic book accurate. It's garbage. You can have comic book accurate
garbage
shit
about it,
and still be. I just said it.
It looks.
No, you said you didn't like the design, basically, but you didn't say what was garbage, like horribly made about it.
Oh my god! I just told you.
You said you didn't like the design aspect. You didn't say it was horribly made about it.
It had cool gadgets. It did cool stuff. Like I think there was a lot of.
Because it drew up a fucking building. It did cool shit. Please,
no, there was a lot of different cool stuff.
It did good shit. The fucking Batmobile in Justice League was better than the Tumbler. Why do you keep talking about like we don't like Keaton's Batmobile? I never said you did. Those words didn't come out of my mouth. Did those words come out of my? Never mind. Did those words come out of my mouth?
So they should have made it like Keaton's.
Did those words come out of my mouth?
Wait a second.
Answer. No, because you're not going to do this to me. You're not going to do this to me. No, you're not going to do this to me.
Those words didn't come out of your mouth.
Okay, thank you very much.
The Tumbler's ass. I'm with Anzo. The Tumbler's ass.
Okay, the Tumbler's ass.
That's not a Batmobile. A Batmobile is stealthy. It's supposed to be stealthy. You're not getting. You're gonna see that shit a mile away.
Robert Pattinson Batmobile wasn't stealthy. He drive around in a muscle car.
That looked like the shit that
Keaton Batmobile wasn't stealthy either. That shit got flamed.
The Tumbler looks like some shit the police will pop up on you and just like slam through your crib just as they're raiding.
You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? That shit is ridiculous.
It looks like something. It looks like something that the army is using in Iraq, right?
Wait,
I mean, in Ukraine right now. You know what I mean?
Wait, how do you mean stealthy?
Like he's a bat, he's stealthy. He's always been, say in the shadows. How are you going to be like have the element of surprise?
You can be in the shadows in Keaton's Batmobile.
That's more of a Batman. But that's more of a Batmobile than the fucking tank that he was riding.
Keep the energy the same. When was he in the shadows?
I'm saying that as an exaggeration. Like he's I'm just saying that as an exaggeration. That's his style. He likes to sneak around a lot, and he has the element of surprise. You're not going to have the element of surprise with no damn Tumbler.
No,
when you're going to see that shit from a mile away.
No. When he's on foot, when he's like outside, he's basically stealthy. When he's in the Batmobile, he's trying to scare the shit out of the criminals. That's basically what the whole fucking thing is. He's trying to put the fear like this is like some otherworldly entity that's after them, right? So
I would say like you take something like BBS's, I'm saying that's more practical for Batman than the fucking Tumbler. Like that shit is just ridiculous.
Looks almost exactly like the Tumbler, bro.
Absolutely not.
It looks straight up like a cross between, it looks like a cross between Keaton and it's actually the most unoriginal Batmobile, and this is coming from someone who likes Zack Snyder's. Like it's literally just a cross between what Keaton did and what bring it up. Let's bring up all the Batmobiles. You'll see.
The best Batmobile is from the Batman. That shit when he turns that bitch on, bro.
Well,
from Onzo, the Batman.
Onzo, you speak on that. You speak on that.
You didn't see the IMAX, bro. You see that shit IMAX?
Yes, I did see the
Batman at IMAX. That shit was mean, bro. That shit was mean.
But
I like that.
Again,
that was some Don Toretto shit.
Exactly. That's not a Batmobile, though.
Oh my god.
It's not a Batmobile though. If you want to say it with the Tumbler, you can say the same thing about the Tumbler that you can say about the Batman.
Yo, at least the Tumbler did shit, like had gadgets. All the Zack Snyder version had was guns. That's it. It literally just had guns. And that's not that to me isn't the Batmobile. If all your Batmobile does is have guns.
We've seen it do though. Right? That's all we've seen it do. That does not necessarily
So I'm supposed to imagine it can do other things.
Well,
I'm supposed to use my imagination.
It's a superhero movie. Why not?
No. If your Batmobile is supposed to do stuff, let it do stuff. So that
even sci-fi agrees. Look, sci-fi agrees it's the best one. Sci-fi on it.
That is
like when you look at the Tumbler, does that look like something like Batman's in there? Like
no.
Yeah.
No.
That don't even get like that has no bat like each Batmobile has some type of bat characteristic to it.
When he first got the Tumbler, that shit was painted camouflage. And he was like, "Do you have it in black?" You know what I mean? That wasn't meant for him.
because he wanted to make it. He made it like a Batmobile.
It
He had
wasn't meant for him.
He got a motorcycle in it.
Out of here.
You should have took that Lambo and flipped that shit.
Let's go through this. Let's go through this though, because like actually looking at it, I think the best Batmobiles, for me, actually might even come from Batman Forever.
Batman Returns.
Batman Forever, even.
So this is this is all the Batmobiles in every live action film so far. Or every
Batman and Robin sucked. Batman and Robin was awful. That's complete hot shit. But like, check out Batman Forever. That's a Batmobile.
That was all right.
I like
that one.
I remember there was something. There was something about it I didn't like in the movie. I just can't think about it. I think it was like the front of it like had these blue lights or something. Or
yeah, I didn't like that.
Something like that. Yeah, I think it was something about completely black.
Yeah, there are good aspects to that film, even though it's kind of bad overall. But there are good ones people don't bring up.
Well, I thought what's his name was actually pretty good as Batman, for instance. Val Kilmer. I don't
all these answers are wrong, though. All right, this is the best one.
But
get that shit out of here. I remember.
I know Cole's been here with you guys for the whole night, but can we get rid of him now, please? Like, can you kick Cole right now, please? Because I don't know what the hell he's doing. But it's better than the Tumbler, though.
Oh hell no! All the
Batmobiles are better than the Tumbler.
That's why everybody forgot that old Batman movie from the 30s, because that Batmobile sucked.
No.
Just the BVS Batmobile. This Batmobile, I liked how it moved, but it was just kind of like bland.
It's like the Tumbler.
And then, they forgot that movie from the 1940s, Kados, because of who the villain is.
Looks nothing like the Tumbler.
Japanese.
That's the best villain ever. It was supposed to be the Joker originally. Like you can see with the whole, the whole landscape of his area. It was totally made for the Joker, but they changed it last minute because World War II.
Yeah, that movie was World War II propaganda. Batman, the Batman v Superman Batmobile. I thought that
shit was clean.
I
like the way he was whipping that shit though. I like the way he was whipping that shit.
I like the way it moved. I was a huge fan of the way it moved when Batman was driving it. The design of it, like, they have nothing that stood out really, but it was cool. I like the way it moved, but I was not a huge fan.
I'll tell you what, the battle wagon from Shazam 2 is better than all.
Shut up. 1966. Now this is an underrated.
That's just fire. That's just fire.
That's underrated.
That is fire.
That is a fire one. That's the only
with the red on it.
The only good thing about the Adam West thing. But like you see, the Batman pays homage to that shit. Look at the Batman one; it actually pays homage to it. The Batman one, see the red
number 3.
The red like there.
Yeah.
But anyway, the Batman one is fucking tight, bro. The only thing I don't like about it is I thought it would have some gadgets, and I was like, didn't it? What?
But you gotta think.
Fast?
But you gotta think that's just like kind of like his first version of that. It's probably gonna be updated the next time you see it.
Again, the Batman can become an even better film depending on the next film, because if we're right about the way he's showing Batman's development, like if he becomes more Bruce Wayne in the second one, like, and you see like, oh, now he's changing to create the persona of Bruce Wayne, and if like stuff like the Batmobile is updated and like now has gadgets and stuff, then you
and if he learns from his mistakes, like entering the one place through the door, like all those things, and if he's more Bruce Wayne, then the Batman would improve for me, just like depended on what they do in the sequel for the next Doom. If it doesn't, then no.
It just makes sense because they're going for the grounded kind of more of a grounded type of feel for it. It takes a minute. Now I'm saying it takes a minute to work on cars. Like I've known that because my dad and my brother be like taking months and Up
But
to
it could
you.
have had
First.
it could have had one. Like I just would have liked to see like one or even just two just gadgets that it just pulls out, like and I think that just it would have just felt a bit more epic, like that scene, because I was just like, I'm loving it. I was loving everything about that scene, like the fact it was like a monster when it first came out, like was so cool. And then the jet the jet engine it had on it was cool.
I have to admit that when in the theater, when that shit started to
roar, that shit was like a jet engine.
Yeah, I give you that.
It was literally a jet engine. This dude Bruce Wayne put a jet engine in the back of a car.
Yeah, that's Batman, bro.
But again, the car chase, I did not like it. I did not like
it. That's a classic Batman like chase though. You know what I'm saying? Just swerving in and out of traffic.
No, it's not that. It's the way it was viewed. Like a lot of the times you were seeing it from Penguin's rear view mirror. I didn't like that.
I know what Anzo's saying.
View to it. I didn't like that.
I hope that he doesn't just take the positives from what people are saying about the movie and he takes some of the negatives as well. Because that bat chase, I saw what he was trying to do and it was really interesting directing, but it didn't always look that great. Like like you just saw it from the side, like like you wanted to see it more of what was happening, more of the action.
Absolutely.
And again, as I said, like you can't go wrong with a couple of gadgets, and that thing would have just like made it like seem a bit more Batman.
I mean, that's the biggest thing for me with that film, though. The biggest issue is just
it's the action.
Matt Reeves' camera work in the Batman. Like, he's a great world builder and everything, and visionary, but when it comes to his actual directing and in the Planet of the Apes films and that, it's the weakest aspect, easily.
I disagree.
I thought it was pretty. I didn't think it was that bad in the Planet of the Apes movies. I would have to go back and watch and see now.
I didn't think it was that bad in the at moments, but there were some bad shots. Like both of the finales, like fights in the second and third, was pretty bad.
Oh no, they were good in the second one. The finale fight was
at the time I thought so, but the camera was just way too close up.
Oh, maybe I'll need to go back and watch that.
Yeah, me too.
But I'll say this in the Batman, like for instance, that first scene where he's fighting the thugs. He comes out, he walks out of the shadows, and he's fighting the thugs. That was terribly directed, bro.
Yeah, that was bad.
Like,
I agree.
I was just
what
is this fight?
You talking about the first scene?
Yeah, the just after he does his monologue, he does his. Go back and watch how it's the shots. Like you miss half the fight.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You miss half the fight because like
that's why I hope Matt Reeves does that. The John Wick team bring them over to this Batman movie.
Yeah,
get that John Wick team. Tight. I don't care what you got to pay them. Pay those motherfuckers because that is some good ass action that they do.
I don't know what y'all talking about. The fight scenes was fine.
The last action scene is fantastic. That last action scene against the Riddlers, that is, I loved all of that. But like,
what about the club scene? The club scene.
The club scene was a little bit better, but that
shit was dope. He threw a bat at the motherfucker like that. Shit was hilarious. Like Batman throwing a bat at the motherfucker. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'll say this. I didn't, other than like the car race scene and everything like that, I can't sit here and honestly say that I thought all of the fight scenes in the Batman were bad. I didn't think they were all bad. I just had an issue with a lot of them. You know what I mean?
Look, watch here. You're going to see a cut here that cuts out half of the fight. Like here, watch.
Yeah.
So he's all focused on that, and then you see the gunshot, and then the fight's fucking over.
Yeah.
Like you just missed half the fight.
Most of them dipped off.
Yeah, I mean, I did like the hallway fight when he was first entering the club again. But
I just like see this times where I'm like, okay, well, Batman handled this. He literally could have easily shot these dudes' heads off right here. Look, wait, what the fuck was that? Did y'all see that? In the
Movie's tight though.
The movie's tight, yeah. The movie's absolutely tight. Perp, what did you think of Shazam 2? You don't like it as well?
No, I like it. I think it's way overhated. Like it's like Shazam 1 and 2 are some of the best like comic book films that we got. You know, as far as the themes and stuff, a lot of people look at the trailers and think it's gonna be kiddie, but like they got a lot of dark shit in there. It's just I said, the whole shit with Billy and his mom. That's something different that like Marvel's never tapped into like that.
No.
With that shit.
I was gonna say when they come out with this Blade 1, I better see prostitution. I better see all this stuff. You know, Blade, he grew up in a.
You're not gonna see none of that, bro. It's probably gonna be. It's gonna probably be like way in the past and stuff. If they talking about like having Lilith and all that and stuff, it's gonna probably be more akin to like Nosferatu and like the early like monster movies and stuff, which I'd be fucking so down.
Or if it is gonna take if it is gonna take place in the past, I think it makes even much more sense to have Blade grow up in like a brothel, like one of the little like old school ones from the time, because he's an orphan that grew up in a brothel. Some strippers, some hookers and shit.
You ain't gonna see no titties in You ain't gonna see no titties in MCU.
I mean, if they show some nipple poking out the shirt, that's enough for me. The action in Batman was not stretching me. Matt Reeves just copying Christopher Nolan. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Christopher Nolan was terrible with the action shit though. His shit was kind of weak.
Yeah, his fightings was garbage too.
Matt Reeves is like slightly above with the action.
No, not slightly. The fights in Nolan's was garbage outside. Like the ones with the vehicles were good. The hand-to-hand combat was shit.
Oh, the hand-to-hand combat was not good in the Nolan.
Yeah, like the Dark Knight.
They literally made up their own. They made their own style of some shit. Like you watched it behind the scenes. I was like, bro, this shit is terrible. Why would y'all do that?
That fight in the Dark Knight Rises. What was it?
Oh, the Dark Knight Rises was horrible.
Yeah. The scene. Yeah, no, the fight scene with him and Bane while like Catwoman was there on the side. That was like I don't know if any of you have played that Halo 5 Guardians. It was fucking like as bad as the fucking.
It was terrible. And I'm there thinking because I've never liked Bane.
Nah, not that bad. I think the best
I've never liked Bane. I've never liked Bane for this reason because I'm just like, why is Batman not using his gadgets on this motherfucker? Like he did not use his fucking gadgets. Like he used stupid gadgets. Yeah, he used stupid gadgets against him, but like when he's fighting thugs and he's using like calling on bats and doing all of this shit, like, and then he doesn't have anything for fucking Bane in this scene. It doesn't make any sense.
So, I have an explanation for that.
But going back to just the hand-to-hand fighting in that's terrible. But in The Dark Knight, and even in Batman Begins to some extent, I think Nolan works his way around that by doing little gimmicks for each fight. Like it will either be the Batmobile chase, or when he's seeing the things through the radar vision or whatever. So that action scene is actually quite tight because of how he mixes and matches the visuals.
The biggest missed opportunity in The Dark Knight is not having the Joker actually throw hands with Batman. He was pretty much running like he would get little things in here, but it was like they should at least like had a nice little hand-to-hand like fight.
Joker doesn't really throw hands, does he though? I mean, like that's not
Joker be doing like Joker type of dude, like let's fight. You pick up some dirt off the ground, throw it in your face, and then stab you.
Yeah, just fight dirty and shit. Like
he was fighting
dirty. He did with the dogs and he just like
started kicking him while he was down,
hitting him with the I forget every word in the English dictionary, like with the pole or whatever. But yeah, like I was going to say, actually, look, I just watched this new Shazam deleted scene, and I'm so glad it's not in the film, because everything you were saying, Onzo, your whole critique of this movie is in that is in the deleted scene. And I think the scene was deleted specifically because they saw what you were saying about the character of Hespera. You have to watch the scene. But when you see that, I think you'll see that the director
What's the
was
scene
very
about?
much aware that it doesn't make sense. But it doesn't make sense for Hespera to like just change her mind and like suddenly be on Billy's side for, you know, like she wants to help humanity or something like that.
Well, did she? Is it? I didn't see the scene yet. Is it some scene where she like does something irredeemable?
Sean, I sent it to your DM.
No. It's the opposite. I mean, you don't want to react to it because it's gonna.
Yeah, I don't need to come and take my shit down.
Yeah. Right.
But that was always set up like all three of them had different personalities and different goals. So.
Yeah, no, that was very set up. Even from the beginning, the first shot you see is Calypso just like pushing this child. It was so funny, actually. She just like grabs this child and just throws the child away, and you just see like, yeah, she's the sadistic one.
That bat suit is so weak too, man. I can't stand this shit, bro. I want to look at this.
Dude, this movie's tight, bro. I don't care what anyone says.
It's tight because of Joker. That's about it. But
I agree.
I don't know what you mean. It's tight because of Joker. That's about it.
Because when I went to go rewatch this, right, it threw me off because I forgot that they recasted Rachel. I was like, I forgot that I also hated the whole Rachel thing. I was like, bro, she could have just been killed off the first movie and they could have just been doing that shit.
Dude, Rachel was good in the first movie. She was terrible in the second movie.
She was annoying.
It was because the actor. I wish they didn't have to recast.
Yeah, bad in the second, but
she was like filming for another movie or something.
No, it was Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise didn't want her to do it.
But
it was Tom Cruise. I thought she was filming for another movie at that time. That's why I didn't
No, she did. Tom Cruise didn't want her to be in the movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so she made some kind of excuse or whatever. But
Tom Cruise is the same person that wouldn't let Henry Cavill shave his beard for Justice League. That's why we got that ugly CGI. I mean, the movie was bad, but like
that wouldn't have saved the movie anyway.
Yeah, I'm not saying it would have saved the movie, but it would have saved unnecessary criticism of Superman getting critiqued for his face.
Wait.
I'm with you,
he's got armor plates all over him, bro. Like, there's not that many
in the beginning of the movie, dude.
No, but there's weak. Like, remember, Lucius said it. There's a weak point you can still.
Yes,
there's weak points still.
Yeah, which is a plot device to have him able to get bit by dogs.
Nolan haters also. You take it too hard.
No, it's because he couldn't move his fucking neck in the first movie. So he asks, he goes, it's gonna make it hard for me to drive. Why is that terrible?
And I'm saying the first suit where he just like, I should have just created. He should have done that in the first place. Shouts to
the bat suit. His bat suit in all three movies looked ugly as hell.
Keaton couldn't move his head either.
But at least Keaton's bat suit looked like a Batman, costume.
You would think that's the first thing you're thinking about. Like, I got to be able to move my neck. You know what I'm saying? I got to be able to be.
But even at the time, because when they made that
in the first four movies, Batman couldn't move his neck. So why you can't? What are you trying to say here?
Well, Michael Keaton was only in 2 movies, so
yeah. And then the next,
I can give Keaton. I can give Keaton the benefit of the doubt because that shit was like the 80s. He wasn't thinking about that shit, but it's the 2000s. You'd be like, yo, that's the first thing I'm gonna do. Is like I'm gonna have some shit that I can move my neck. Like at least
100%.
Oh my God,
that's why in the sequel they improved it
In the sequel, they improved it, addressed it, because at the time, even in 2005,
that's like hold on. That's like making a helmet with no fucking things that you can see out the eyes and shit. Like, why would you do that in the first place?
This is what I mean. We addressed the criticism that he made, which was why the dog's able to cut through armor. And then we explain why they had that in the movie and exactly why they had that in the movie, and he uses that as a critique of the movie as well. So
these are super dogs. They're super dogs.
So let me ask the question. Since you can't win, right? Couldn't they have just put the material part around his neck, and the other suit could have the rest?
He
of
wanted
the
it to be more flexible in general. It wasn't flexible. He couldn't move around. Like if you don't have
Ben Affleck moved around fine, right?
Because that suit was like CG, wasn't it?
No,
it was mostly practical.
What are you talking about?
There was some CG.
The cape was probably CG.
Yeah, the cape CG. But when they first came out, there was a picture of him standing in front of the Batmobile with the suit on. It's not CG. It's a real suit.
Yeah, but that's like almost plasticky, isn't it? Like it's like kind of.
My point is, they could have done anything else with that movie. They did not have to have the whole suit in like a material with weak spots, when it could have just been around the neck so that he could move his neck.
All right, I think this is.
I just addressed that. I swear to God, I just addressed that, and you're just ignoring what I just said.
I know what you said, but I'm saying the reason why I say that is because Ben Affleck's suit was fine. And
Ben Affleck's suit was made like years later when technology in films is like way better, and they could have the.
Because in 2009,
because the technology is so much different that they couldn't have made a better bat suit.
No, I'm saying I was just about to say that not only is the technology better, but they have the benefit of hindsight. Like, oh, they did the suits this way last time. We can like now improve it and make it better and make it more comic book accurate by doing this. So that there's a whole field of reasons why that happened. It's been in arms and different parts of his body. What are you talking about?
In his arm, because as Lucius said here, it will do fine. Well, he said should do fine against cats.
What does he say the material? Go back to what he says the material is like made out of or whatever.
Kevlar, hardened Kevlar plates of titanium dipped tri-weave fiber.
Dogs can bite through that.
That's.
I guess so.
Kevlar isn't completely,
But hey, Perp, I got one better for you. Dogs can bite through it, but bullets can't.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Look, I don't make the technology.
You know what I mean? Oh no, you can shoot him, right? You can take the bullet, but a dog bite? Oh no, you can't have that.
That actually does make sense, by the way. Like guys, because like a tooth is shaped different.
You should pull up his suit. Pull up a full picture.
It's like a knife. Right,
Mm-hmm.
like a knife going through you is different as a bullet. Like it's the speed that makes it pierce through you, not the shape.
Right.
You understand that, right?
Yes.
So why would it be inconceivable that a dog bite, which is more shaped like a knife, like the fangs of a dog,
but a knife shouldn't be able to go through it easy either? That's what
you said. It's easy. You said it's easy.
Dog bite's easy. Dog bite went through
it's
it.
Okay,
right?
all right.
First off, a dog bite don't have as much pressure as a bullet at full speed, right? So
I didn't say it did.
But the dog's biting him didn't destroy the suit or nothing. It was the dog. It's like, all right, when a dog bites you, it's gonna hold on. Especially Rottweilers, they latch on. They're not just something simple you can kick off. He eventually kicked them off, but when they latch on, they latch. And so
he should have dropped both of them, Joe.
It's not like a puppy fucking like was biting him. It was like three fucking
Kevlar. What if the rapper Pitbull bit him?
It's Kevlar though we're talking about.
Pull up a full picture of his suit, that Dark Knight suit. I want to see like
the best suit in the world. I got you.
Well,
Alonzo, I hope in the Flash movie, Keaton gets destroyed in like the first act. I hope all the footage of him in the movie is fake, so your favorite Batman just disappears in the first act.
What are you talking about? My favorite Batman is Ben Affleck.
For what?
That is correct. I've said it many times. I've said it many times.
You like some chubby dad? Okay.
He's making
Ben Affleck was not chubby. What the hell are you talking about?
He was
in the Batman. He was chubby.
Look at that suit. Look at that suit. Iconic.
Is there a clear? Is there a clear original you can see? Like
that's iconic, bro.
You see now when you look at the picture, there looks all right, but when you see it in the movie, looks nothing like that picture.
A skinny bat. People want to talk about skinny bats.
You know what I mean? There it is. Look at that garbage.
Nah, this suit tight. This suit is tight.
Nah. Look, first off, look at the cow. The cow.
Yeah.
Look at it. It's just the ugliest fucking cow I ever seen.
Why?
See, the only place that I can see on this suit is where the dog's gonna bite is between like right where it's like his elbow is, his elbow area, but his forearm is completely protected. That's what it's like. Why they biting just metal.
Like over here, you got some little gaps right here.
And that should bite. That should cut their fucking mouth up. You know, so with the gauntlets on.
See, there's gaps
but
right
they
here.
They were biting him up there. That's what we're trying to say.
So the dogs that are just running around biting them, they know exactly where to bite, right? It's like, no, we can't bite the arm. Let's bite here at the joint. Yeah, there's the weak spot.
Look, I love this. No matter what we say, they're gonna turn it around. There's a weak spot,
but you can see it though. You can see it. His the only exposed part on like on his arm is it's like right where his elbow is.
Elbow. Mm-hmm.
But that's what it was biting. It was biting him in his arms.
They was biting his forearms. They were going for his forearms. That's what dogs are gonna go for.
Yes,
they were biting him on his arms.
But the dogs didn't break his armor either. They had him, but they didn't break.
Play the clip again.
Also, bro,
they rig it up. They didn't break that armor.
You do realize this is a film, right? It's fiction.
Okay.
Here we go with the film now, right? Well, it's film now. It's fiction, guys. You know what I mean? But we all know that Nolan's movies are grounded in reality, so you gotta keep that in mind.
Yeah, like the bank robbery scene in the beginning of this film was so unrealistic.
Once a billionaire gets his parents shot and decides to become
they got forearm
right there,
right in the forearm. They bite his forearm.
Wait, go back. I swear they were biting.
Put it in slow motion.
Everywhere. They're biting everywhere, man. What are you talking about? You can't even see.
He's got it on his forearm. He's biting his forearm.
You cannot see where they're biting. You cannot see where they're biting.
Those dogs should have rushed him, and he should have did some judo kicks. Bap, bap, bap. That's what Batman should have done instead of no, they're biting me.
He doesn't hurt dogs, all right?
Yeah, we don't hurt.
The other one, he was just holding up his arm normally and then pushed them away later in the scene, so you could make that.
I'm here for Blade.
Perp.
That's some MCU shit.
The cap is real, Perp. The cap is real. You know what I mean?
Dude.
Let that have been in an MCU movie, and they would have. Oh, look, Batman got beat by dogs.
Wait.
Batman got beat by ants. You know what I mean?
Nah, that shit was trash. Don't look, that's
fuck out of here.
Batman
got beat by dogs.
No, wait.
That
is super different.
That is
you know what a smart Batman would have done? Like the dogs running towards him, hit him with the you know what I'm saying, some shock shit to, knock them up, motherfuckers out.
Sean, they don't want to hear us. The guy literally said exactly. The guy literally said he had beat several Thors. Thor, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
Thor, the guy who like nearly killed Thanos.
Continue. We know what you're talking about. We know Thor.
And then some ants kick his ass.
Yeah.
But you forget that? Do you forget MODOK is the one that broke his shield? You forget that MODOK was the one that broke his shield in the first place? They were struggling.
And
broke his shield. What are you talking about?
He had that whole shield over him, and that's why the ants like. And then
it was the shield that helped him defeat Thor. All those Thors, just the shield.
No, but the fact that you won't bring that up, but like.
Man.
If he was so defeated, all they did is like ruin one of his sleeves. That's all they fucking did.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. But no,
Ant-Man got his ass whooped.
He got beat by the ant.
He got beat by Ant-Man.
How to get beat by Ant-Man? Ant-Man, did you see his face?
He literally got beat by Ant-Man as well.
No,
he literally stomped on his face.
The only reason why he lost is because fucking Wasp came through the portal and blasted him.
Okay, so he got beat by Wasp and Ant-Man.
Oh my god!
How did he get beat? Do you see him die?
Did he get beat by Wasp and Ant-Man? Yes or no?
No way, Kang should be losing to no trash.
Who did he lose to though?
He lost the mid lane.
Did he die?
This guy has beaten the whole Avengers.
He lost the battle. He didn't die, but he lost that battle.
He
beat the battle.
Did
Thanos lose the battle in the
Avengers?
So when he comes back and it's like, oh, I'm back, motherfucker, thought I was dead, and it just wipes out all those Kangs.
Infinity War.
And I meant the superheroes like Iron Man and all them. Didn't they lose the battle in Infinity War? Right. So you can lose a battle, but you're gonna come back stronger, right?
Right. We talking about this battle. Kang could come back later. But this is the thing, Kang got beat up by a dude.
He didn't get beat.
He got beat up by a dude that can't even fight like that. Barely knows how to work his
gun. It would have been better if
y'all was watching two different movies because Ant-Man was getting his ass whooped, bro.
Facts.
Okay.
He had no chance.
Okay.
If Wasp didn't come in and help him, like he was down.
Yeah. Facts.
So
Ant-Man was down.
That ain't even words. His sidekick better than him.
Ant-Man was looking like Martin. Like when he's
still wanting if this was Hank Pym, I would be okay with this, but this is not.
This was Hank Pym. This was what that was his whole, you know what I'm saying? That was his ants.
Can I just mention something? Because I love these guys. These guys are beautiful.
And like this is the thing, if he got all these powers, how do you kill Thor with these powers, but he can't do it?
Wait, no, Onzo. Let me finish here.
Yeah, I'll let you go.
So you're worried about whether Batman's suit, right? It can take bullets, but it can't take a dog bite. Yeah, you're worried about that, but you ain't worried that Thanos can literally get cut by Iron Man.
Who's saying bring up Thanos?
Huh?
Who's bringing up Thanos? I ain't bringing up Thanos.
I'm bringing up Thanos because Onzo is like, oh, this is the greatest thing of all time.
I'm listening.
So he can get cut by Iron Man, right? Like he literally can get stabbed.
But what did Thanos say to Iron Man? All that for a drop of blood?
You know?
All of that for a drop of blood.
And Hulk couldn't even make him bleed. That's crazy.
Hulk
I hope they remember you.
But Hulk himself
couldn't even make
basically is beating the shit, is punching him, and it ain't doing any effect. And it's all over the map.
First off, we already know that Hulk is a bitch in the MCU. So that's nothing new. I say it all the fucking time. That'll never change. But again, we're talking about one little cut on Thanos' face from a lucky punch.
And you forget that in that movie that the Avengers lose.
It wasn't a lucky punch. It was a skillful punch. He basically
lucky punch.
Iron Man. This is the first time I seen Tony Stark like legitimately.
He got hyped. He got hyped. He was like, "Yeah, I got him."
He did something. He did something Hulk should have been able to do, like
10-move combo on him, bro. He did like a 10-move combo and shit.
And Hulk did a 10-move combo on him too.
All that for a drop of blood,
and it didn't even cause any mark. Didn't cause any, not a bruise, nothing.
And that ad was like Nerd Man trying to explain to those two.
Look.
The fact that he was like, yo,
Let's just admit that basically we allow the superheroes we like to get away with shit that we don't. That other superheroes we don't like, we'll fucking like completely
superhero film
because it's part of the genre.
Yeah. That's why I didn't criticize the bullshit in No Way Home as much, though, because all that shit is in other ones, so at least they gave us some good shit in return. So I don't think it's that bad.
Right? He turned his hand into a whole fucking big piece of fucking...
Is that stronger than the Hulk?
It's nanobites. We don't know.
Is it stronger than the Hulk?
And the MCU probably is. I get him. You know what I mean? Like, what am I supposed to say?
MCU messed up the dynamic.
Now, if this was like Iron Man's first suit, yeah, I call it bullshit. But like, he's been working on this suit for like the whole time. Like, this is like his 12th day of the suit.
It's stronger than the Hulk. Let's just keep it straight.
But you forget. Look at how Iron Man's fighting compared to the Hulk. The Hulk, he was getting his ass whooped, and like Thanos didn't even have to use the, you know what I'm saying? Didn't even have to use the stone. Tony is just like, he's trying to stop him from even using the gauntlet, or even, you know what I'm saying? He has to continuously keep hitting him and keep it on his toes. Like, he's fighting way different than the Hulk. The Hulk is just a brute.
All right. But the Hulk, you can stab him and kill him, but the Hulk can't, like, because basically Gamora basically tries to stab him, which means she knows that he could have been killed by a knife, essentially. But Hulk's punch won't fucking hurt him. I'm just asking the question.
Wait, what's the question again? I didn't hear it.
So, Gamora tries to stab Thanos with a knife, but he uses the whatever stone, the fantasy stone or whatever the fucking stone he used, reality stone. So she basically knows him. She knows he can be stabbed by a knife and hurt, right?
But she doesn't know you would
imagine that a Hulk punch is going to be like what? 1 billion times more than what a fucking knife.
She doesn't know the knife is going to kill him, though.
So how is it that you can't comprehend?
But you know it can penetrate his skin.
Am I speaking English?
Huh?
She didn't know the knife could kill him or not. She was just trying the thing. No, she didn't.
She was trying the thing.
Yeah, she was trying to kill him. But since it never got through, we don't know if that knife.
And it also wasn't real, so.
Yeah,
we also don't. I don't know.
He was using the reality stone.
No. With the reality stone, it affects what you see. But going into it, she knew she had the intent to stab him in the neck.
Reality is whatever I can make it.
Dude, you guys could get a gold medal in capping at the Olympics, bro.
Bro, it's all there.
You know what I mean?
It's just all there.
It ain't our fault if you don't want to enjoy good shit. You know what I mean? Vision, you want to watch fucking.
And then Vision getting saved by Black Widow. Was that cool?
It's good.
What was wrong with that?
Vision getting saved by Black Widow. Vision, and not just Vision. Wait, it was Vision and Wanda. And then like they're battling these three guys. And Captain America and Black Widow, and what was the stupid one with the wings? What's his name?
Falcon.
And then Falcon, they have to come in and save Vision and Wanda.
Yeah,
take me through that. Take me through that, bro.
Vision had been stabbed and couldn't do any of his moves, right? Remember, the knife went through him.
They caught him off guard, though.
Exactly. And
Wanda couldn't do anything.
He couldn't phase.
And Wanda couldn't do anything.
Wanda was emotional. All she wanted to do was save him. Yeah, she couldn't do anything. I don't understand what your point is. Like, what are you getting at?
So wait, did we see Wanda in Doctor Strange?
We did.
Yeah,
she tapped into more of her power after that. She was way more powerful after like Endgame.
Because she had the dark one. She was reading and studying. Oh, yes.
Right. And what about when she like confused everybody in Age of Ultron when she did that thing where she got into their mind? She couldn't have done that shit.
To who?
She did it to everyone in the Avengers. She basically walked them and got into their mind.
Who would she have done it to? Aliens that probably wouldn't have fell for it. That wouldn't have worked on them.
It would have worked.
They weren't humans.
Because those aliens, Ebony Maw got sucked out of a ship, died. Coal Obsidian got defeated by Hulk by Bruce just putting that Hulk Buster thing on him, and the portal killed him. Mm-hmm. And then Okoye stabbed Corvus Glaive in the chest and one-shotted him in Endgame.
What's your point?
So
this is the thing. Okoye
we just talking about characters that nobody cares about. That's pretty much.
Okoye shouldn't be able to one-shot Corvus Glaive, but Corvus Glaive can handle Vision and Wanda. If Okoye can one-shot Corvus Glaive, then Vision and Wanda.
Do you think that fight would have still played out if they knew they were coming, like face off, like, you know what I'm saying?
That's the thing. They should have known, because it was right in the. Let me bring up the thing. It was right in the open. There was no way nobody could have.
And also,
oh my God, are you really capping?
You can't tell me Vision getting stabbed once is gonna like. Do you know, like,
he is a robot?
He's supposed to be super fucking powerful, bro. Like super powerful.
Yes,
for what they
but we also don't know.
Stabbed, are you trying to tell me he can't punch one of them? Like he can't.
But it's obvious that what he got stabbed with was a magical weapon that stopped him from being able to heal and phase. It's obvious.
Yeah. Okay. And then Wanda basically stopped Thanos in just I think it was the next movie, like Endgame. She basically
stopped Thanos.
She stopped Thanos right in his tracks. He was lucky to get out of that shit.
He didn't stop Thanos. Thanos was fucking. Rain fire.
Watch this right here. Wanda saw this fool get stabbed and did
what
nothing.
Are you talking about?
Look, Wanda was looking at him while he got stabbed. Watch this.
He was invisible.
And then look, she doesn't do shit. She can't do shit.
Yeah, she does. What are you talking about? Watch. Now she does shit. He stopped it. There, boom. Oh, she got hit in the back. There, you see, they snuck up on them, bro.
Okay, they snuck up.
Right, why didn't Vision?
They were camouflaged.
He should have phased through the ground.
He can't phase
There's
anymore.
no way Vision should be struggling with
phase
them.
anymore.
No, I get it. They wanted to make them. You want to have some stakes, but not this. This power scaling was all over the place.
So wait, you're saying that stab stopped all his powers? Is that what you're trying to say? Him getting stabbed like that stopped all of his powers?
Pretty much.
Okay. Does he use his powers in this scene? I'll go through it. I don't watch this movie that many times.
He only uses the ruby.
I think it's just Wanda flying him around.
No, he uses the stone. There's one scene where he uses it right there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so he does have his powers.
He only has the stone.
He only has the stone powers. Oh, that's convenient. Yes. So
but all his powers come from the stone, though. Like all his powers come from the stone.
Sure, but it takes every single power from him apart from his stone thing. Yeah, is that what we're saying? Is that what we're going with? That's the explanation. And Wanda, who's super powerful, can't do anything.
It's not that she can't do anything, bro. She's trying to protect him.
Like they on their ass and like they gotta just get away. They're trying to get away.
That's why Wanda could just go.
Okay, please show the scene where she stops Thanos, where it's Wanda versus Thanos.
Yeah, she was about to kill Thanos, but that's what her like tapping into that rage.
Exactly, she was angrier. You know what I mean?
An excuse for everything, bro. You cap like a motherfucker, bro. And then you talk about Batman.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me ask you a question. Batman and the dogs is a problem. Let me ask you a question. This stuff ain't a problem.
Let me ask you a question, man.
Vision is dead at this time too. That's.
Have you ever experienced loss in your life?
Yeah.
Have you lost a parent or something like that? Right.
Yeah,
so
both
the grief,
of them actually.
As did I. So the grief from that can make you do things that you probably wouldn't be able to do.
Dragon Ball Z is a great example.
And Wanda, because she was so angry and hurt, was able to tap into her full potential. It's a possibility.
Like K-Dot, you remember when Frieza?
You realize those guys aren't even a quarter. They're not even a quarter as powerful as Thanos. They're not even a tenth as powerful as Thanos. They might not even be 1% of Thanos' power.
In the comic, in the MCU, they are. See, we got to remember that this is. We got to remember
those guys that they were fighting, the Proxima and whatever, who got killed by Okoye. They're not on the same level.
So first off, will you guys stop with this Okoye because she was fighting Okoye, Black Widow, and fucking Wanda at the same time.
No. I'm talking about here. I'm gonna show you.
In Endgame.
I'm gonna pull this up. I need to see this because you guys are capping so hard, and it's because I don't remember these movies.
Yeah, you should make like a new stream on your channel, Nerdman, a debate stream.
All right, look at it.
Or maybe you should just.
This is the last time Corvus Glaive was in Endgame. Was this part right here? This is the last time we see him until he dies. Look what Okoye did to him.
But was you got stabbed by a vibranium spear?
Hey, Okoye is a beast. I'm not taking that away from her.
But did he die? No. Did he die there?
He's right there.
But did he die?
But
so he didn't
die.
Fight.
No. This whole fight, he was there, right there, chilling and being weak on the ground.
So he didn't die though.
But he got. Look at what she did to him.
But did he die though?
No. He died when Tony snapped him. But look at what she did to him. She had him on the ground, weekend going.
But hold on.
I'm about
hold
to
on. No.
Hold
Are those regular spears?
Let me finish. Hold on. First off, let me finish. All right. So when she does that to him, they're running at each other, right? So it's the beginning of the fight. How do you know he didn't get back up and fight and got beat up by someone else?
This got the girl power moment. This the girl power moment.
Okay, so the girl power moment, right? So how do you know that he didn't get up, fight someone else, and that's why he's on the ground? Because it doesn't skip to that, right? So we got to understand that there's a whole fight going on while all this other stuff is happening.
Look at what she did with one. Look at when he came in. He snuck up on Vision, a supercomputer with an mind on his head. He probably has better awareness than Okoye, spatial awareness. Okoye did that.
See, now this is why the power scale I have an issue with Wakanda Forever, because it's like, yo, you sitting there struggling with these blue motherfuckers. You should just, you know what I'm saying, be able to take them out easily.
Yeah, that's why
I wanna recall, because this is a court case now. DC versus Marvel, right? DC versus MCU, not Marvel, because Marvel's actually good. All right. So you're saying Wanda is only the powerful because she's angry, and that's why she's angry at first. No. She's angry. She taps into her power, and that's when she starts becoming powerful, like that. So how I'm saying did she take on Vision in was it? Captain America: Civil War. She basically takes down Vision in the exact same way that she's taking on Thanos. So she does have those powers, and she's aware of those powers where she can just stop someone right in their fucking tracks. Because Vision's just fucking up everybody. I'll share it. Fuck it. I don't want to take down the stream.
Talking about. You don't need to share it, but it don't matter.
First off, Vision is not as strong. You don't want people to see the visual evidence because you don't want the jury seeing that visual. You want that stricken from the fucking record.
Oh my god, here we go.
Show this scene. She basically uses this power. Why doesn't she use that on them? Why does she need to be saved by Captain America, Falcon Boy, and whatever
that's Captain America to you, sir. Put some respect on Sam's name.
To fucking save Vision. I don't understand why it's so hard for you to understand. She was trying to save Vision during that fight scene. So her mind wasn't probably thinking.
Have you ever heard of the best form of defense is an attack sometimes? Yeah.
Look at what she did to Vision.
This was at his full strength, bro. He couldn't do jack shit.
Yeah, magic versus technology. That's not, you know what I'm saying?
Boom. Through the earth, bro.
She sent him to hell.
So she can do that shit. She stopped a bomb even like from exploding immediately by like
she's fighting, but
controlling
she's
the
fighting two
fucking
people.
blast.
So hold on. She's fighting two people. So you've seen how she did that, right? You've seen how she did that. She was standing in one spot and she was holding Vision down. So by the time she does that, the other chick can fucking do something to her, bro.
All right.
It's not like she could do it to both of them. She do it to one of them. You know what I mean?
They just got caught behind her. They just got caught lacking. That's all it was.
It happens. Facts.
Yeah, and they needed saving from the weakest members. Anyway, dude, look.
Captain America is not the weakest member of the Avengers.
Oh, okay, Captain America's way stronger than he should be, but yeah, all right, that's true.
Oh, Captain
America. That's the issue with the MCU is their power scaling. We've said it all the time. It's not the first time we said it. So
you're admitting it now. Okay, good.
I've said it many times.
You have not said it because you've got you.
Always say it. What are you talking
about? Nerman, in Anzo's defense, he did because I remember him and Yellow was debating Hulk's wins in the MCU
fights.
And then you got to the part where Hulk and Iron Man fight. You was like really trying, really press how Hulk lost that fight, which he did. He did lose that fight.
I said that as well to the Yellow, the little scumbag. I swear to God, that guy is a little street urchin of the highest degree.
That's what Yellow
and what have I said? I said the power scaling is fucking unbelievable in the MCU. They do it all the time.
But when it comes to Iron Man and Hulk, though, it's just like Iron Man and the way he fights, he's going to strategize. He's not going to go in there just like a dumb motherfucker. Like he's going to actually he's more strategist. I said, Hulk is just brute strength.
You're talking about against Thanos, but I'm saying none of those Avengers, none of them. I don't care what kind of fucking suit you put on Iron Man. None of them are beating Hulk.
But here's the thing:
because the Hulk Buster in the comics never beats Hulk. It can
never.
It can hold him back for a short time, but it never
doesn't beat him. But here's the thing:
Thor never beats him. Thor, the God of Thunder, never beats Hulk.
But
what I mean?
Here's the thing, Onzo, that's even further. Like to just make the point even further. He doesn't even beat him through strategy in the end. He's doing strategy in the beginning of that fight. At the end of the fight, he's just having a fist fight
away on him.
Hulk.
I hate it. I fucking hate it.
And he beats it. He literally knocks the Hulk out. I'm like,
I hate it.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing in the cinema. I almost walked out of the cinema when I saw that. That wasn't even my MCU hate. I literally.
Well, you almost walked out when fans were cheering.
No, I'm telling you, bro.
No,
I'm gonna come on screen for this because, like, I'm a Hulk fan. Like, he was my first love in comic books. Was the Hulk because of the Bill Bixby show.
Yeah,
and I swear, the fight I was seeing was almost a dream come true. I was like, oh my God, Hulk versus Hulk Buster. Hulk's gonna smash this shit, like, and then he gets punched in the face. And just it goes to black as if he got knocked out.
And then you get Thor Ragnarok, and I'm like, oh, okay, Thor, and and he gets beat by fucking Thor too. Like, no. You see,
that fight was trash.
The best Hulk fight was when he was fighting Thanos, because that was just like, he got his ass whooped, and I loved every minute of that.
That wasn't the best fight.
The best fight was his best stuff was in the Avengers. Let's just keep it at that.
In the first
Avengers
one,
and then call it a day. Let's call it a
day. And then everything else after. And even in the first Avengers, right? Loki's plan was to get rid of the Hulk because he knew that the Hulk was a threat. And then in the rest of the movies, Hulk is never a threat ever again. It sucks. I hate what they do to that character. When you read the comic books and Hulk goes crazy when he snaps, nobody can stop him. The only way to stop him is try to get him to change bracket to Bruce Banner.
Let me pull up Hulk's 10 best feats in the fucking comics, bro. This guy is shit. People don't understand the Hulk's power.
I get the Hulk's power, but it's just, movies are movies.
Yeah, I agree with you. Movies are movies, but you gotta come better with those. You know what I mean? Like, I think every other character has their moments to shine. Hulk does not.
I can compare it to something like uh most of y'all probably never watched the Broly movie and stuff. Like they made two different versions. There was like the Dragon Ball Z Broly and then the Dragon Ball Super Broly. Super Broly is a lot more tamed, where the old Broly, he is more like the Hulk, where he just rages out and just like the more he fights, the more powerful he gets, and like he just loses it and shit. Like he's just going on.
I get it.
I can get that.
Get it. It's like it's hard to do with the Hulk, but that's why you have to respect the thing of like Banner doesn't want to be the Hulk. If you respect that Banner doesn't want to be the Hulk, then he's not going to be just this thing that is always in the way of the story, where it's like, oh, Hulk could just solve this. Do you know what I mean? But by making it so that Banner wants to become the Hulk all the time, that's when you run into that problem where you have to nerf it.
Absolutely. And to go even one step further, right? They had a storyline in the comics where Hulk and Bruce Banner separated from each other. You could have went that whole route before you got to Professor Hulk, and you didn't do that. So
I could see them turning around, and like, because they're introducing his family, and so what if they just end up killing his family in a future movie or something like that?
Okay.
Ends up just snapping. It goes back to.
So I'm gonna go through the feats while you guys talk. I'm not gonna talk about it. I'll just show them. So
held a planet together. Knocked Superman into space. Yes, broke Onslaught shell. 100%. 100%.
Do you know how OP that is?
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at this shit.
Secret Wars.
I remember that.
Wars. Secret Wars.
Toward the fabric of reality, bro. What the fuck? It doesn't even make sense, half the shit.
He also pulled a piece of a planet back together.
Look, almost broke the whole of the US with a step.
One step.
Should have destroyed this country. He should have kept walking.
He should have been. He is the rumbling.
Destroyed an asteroid twice the size of Earth. Yep.
Gosh, this motherfucker. Now I see why the MCU made him so weak.
He made him soft, bro. They made him soft.
100%. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
he ripped Wolverine in half.
I remember that.
Broke
Modok's adamantium armor.
Did Wolverine have his adamantium at the time when he ripped him, or was it out of his body?
Yeah, no, he had his adamantium.
Bro, I didn't even know he did this. He defeated Gladiator. Gladiator, like, he basically one-mans the whole of the X-Men, dude. Like Gladiator. Punch time. That's the fuck does that?
That's retarded. That's just the writers like, hey, what else can the Hulk do? You know?
Yeah.
The punch of the imaginary thing, whatever.
Through thing
to the moon.
I don't know what that means.
Neither do I.
Lifted
part of Las Vegas. You see, now those are the things you can't do in a real life movie. Like, sometimes you have the comic where Hulk grabs a building and he throws it at somebody. You know what I mean? You can't do that in a movie because it wouldn't work. You know what I mean?
You could have done it against Thanos. You could have done that shit against Thanos.
This thing about the comic, because there's so much of them. You can't do this much broken stuff like so many times because these movies only have a limit. You only have these actors for limited time. You need to use stuff like this sparingly, but they didn't even do that. Like, there's not one. The only time Hulk went all out was Avengers 1, and that's it.
What they could do in Kang Dynasty is have him just like one punch like 5 Kangs at once. Just like line them up and just hit them like one time. Kill 5 of them.
Held up a Celestial. That's OP. And even prevented an earthquake. But like, dude, this guy is a fucking Like his strength feats are ridiculous in the comics. And what's worse is they've made now Hulk in the films. They've made the Hulk comics more like that. Like it's influenced the Hulk comics, and I'm just like, you guys are really fucked up. Because Hulk was the top 6 superheroes in the world, but before all this movie stuff came out, like it was basically Spider-Man, Hulk, and Wolverine were essentially the Marvel Trinity. You know, just like Wonder Woman, Superman, and Batman are the DC Trinity. They were the Marvel Trinity. So,
hey, listen, when Hulk went rage, like they separated Hulk from Bruce Banner, he beat every single Marvel superhero for the span. I think it was like maybe 4 or 5 comics. It was a nice little run, and he beat everybody. They could not stop him.
What's the chances of us seeing like either Avengers 5 or 6 seeing like a multiverse like Hulk or something like that? That's completely opposite of what we want in the Hulk, and then like what I'm saying.
Well, it would be nice, but I think with the Red Hulk coming,
yeah, you're right. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, could be redundant.
Where's the Red Hulk coming? What's he going to be on?
Captain America.
Captain America.
That's Captain Sam to you, nerd man.
And is Hulk going to be in it?
Yeah. She-Hulk's going to be in it.
Betty Ross is going to be in it. The Leader's going to be in it, and Red Hulk's going to be in it. Bruce Banner could show up, but they didn't. It would have been leaked already if Hulk's going to be in it.
Yeah, they didn't say anything yet.
It's probably going to be in it. If they're going to have all those guys, they can't.
I think after Captain America 4, they're going to take a huge loss or something like that, because it goes right into that's going to go right into the Thunderbolts, and that's going to they're probably going to have to do like a rematch or some shit like that. We'll see.
Hopefully they do something good with them, because I've fell off of the whole character from Age of Ultron, and ever since that I was like, okay, I'm done. You know. Yes, Chillmonger, there is a Captain America 4. That is correct. With the real Captain America, brother man, holding the shield. You know what I mean? That's what you're talking about. And you up there, you know, I watched your little Star Wars thing. You know what I mean? I see your little Star Wars thing. You knew like black characters. Yay, we need a black-led Star Wars movie. Yay. Well, now we're getting a black-led Captain America, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's gonna represent everything that is good and wholesome with America.
I hope he has an afro and a like Africa like chain.
Oh Jesus Christ! Now, but like all jokes aside, I like Sam's style though. Like just like how he uses the shield and stuff. It looks kind of raw. I'm curious to see what they're gonna do with him in this movie. Just don't give him no
Super Sam.
Nah, don't.
I really enjoyed him in the beginning of the what's that show called? His one Falcon and Winter Soldier.
He's murdering motherfuckers.
I liked his swag, and I liked it from. I've liked his swag. I liked him. I don't like his powers and his suit and shit. I think that's kind of crap. But I like him. But I don't like when he started trying to become more noble to be Captain America. Like, he was noble enough as a character, and I think they could have done with, like, hey, he's like the humorous one. He's like the one who cracks jokes a little bit. He's like...
But isn't that true? But if you're a leader, isn't that what you would want out of a leader? Not nobody that's like a clown? Like, you would want him to take shit serious, though, right?
You can take shit serious when it comes down to it, but like, don't change your whole style to like now I'm gonna be like Steve Trevor or Steve Rogers. Sorry, I always get those two mixed up, but I call him Steve Rogers sometimes. But like, yeah, it's just like keep your own style, man. Keep your own personality, but like you can still. Do things your way, like
that's why he doesn't need a serum. He don't need a serum. Just let him.
Because I think at the end, that's why I thought that speech was kind of corny in Cap 4. Because not even Steve really gave any speeches like that. He gave a speech on Winter Soldier, but that speech in Cap shit was kind of weak. I ain't gonna lie. I like Sam though. I like Sam, but that dude directing in that last episode that had him do that speech.
Yeah, that speech wasn't about it, man. It really wasn't, and it didn't work for him as a character. It didn't feel like him. Like
I would assume. I would assume. I would assume that him and Bucky are gonna have like some type of rift since Bucky is supposed to be joining. I think, or maybe why he joins the Thunderbolts is he's probably gonna have some type of ultimatum or some shit like that.
Bucky's gonna join the KKK. Imagine that's the storyline. That would be hilarious. I'd watch that.
I heard but Bucky was barely in the movie. Well, barely.
Then he can really be called the White Wolf.
Now he can become the White Snake, betrays black friend.
No, but
how y'all feel about the?
Go.
I'll say how y'all feel about the Marvels?
Better than the first Captain Marvel trailer.
I thought the trailer. I liked the concept of the trailer, so it looked like a fun concept. So I was like, that was much better than the Blue Beetle trailer. That's what I was saying to them, like, because I actually know, like, okay, so they sold the movie on the premise, of the movie rather than it's just another superhero thing. So I like that. That was a good premise, but. Yeah, that's all I'll say about it for now. I don't think
this is your DC simp, guys. This is your DC simp. Sitting there saying that sitting there. I don't care what you say, Cole. We don't know what you think.
Oh boy,
but Nerdman is sitting there talking about how the Marvel's trailer is better than the Blue Beetle trailer.
Hey, the Marvel's I wouldn't say all that. The Marvel's trailer was better than the Shazam trailer, to be honest. Like
the one thing that the Marvels has over the Blue Beetles, they got a Brie Larson. You know what I'm saying?
They got a large what?
They got a Brie Larson.
And we're talking about. I don't give a fuck about Brie Larson. It's all about
I do.
Monica. It's all about.
I care about
Monica Rambeau.
She look good too, but you know what I'm saying? It's all about Brie.
Big booty Monica.
Brie looked too skinny in that.
I just don't need Monica.
Don't be body shaming.
She looked too skinny, man. I'm like, man. And we already know Brie Larson don't got no booty.
She ain't gonna get no BBL.
Yo, none of them got it like none of them got it like Megan Good or Mary Marvel. Mary Marvel is like she brings all the boys to the bar.
Oh yeah,
and their life is better than yours.
And Mary Marvel got some full-blown nudes online. So yes, you are correct.
Are you kidding me?
No, man, about to be out. You must be out.
I'm gone, bro.
JJ and everything, brother. JJ and everything.
Hey, just turn off your state search.
No, she doesn't, man.
Yeah, she does. I'm telling you.
What do you mean? It's not her.
Wait.
It is her.
No, it ain't. It's like a
photo. He looked up that shit fast as hell.
He's trying to remind the movie.
Hold on.
Is it?
Wait a
minute.
And big ups to the brother on the panel who put me onto it.
Alonzo, is it her on the bed with some pink covers?
Chill, looking at it too. Look at you.
I don't know. There's one where she's on a couch and she's bent over and the JJ hanging out and titties and everything.
Send it to me.
Oh my gosh!
I told you.
Send it to me.
It's her, 100%.
It's not her.
Go to your incognito and type in Grace Caroline. Well, I'll just put this in your incognito search. They're literally like right on Google Images as soon as you open up. What the hell?
40-ounce bounce.
I told you.
What is it? Grace what?
Here, I'm about to put in the private chat. Just copy and paste that.
I tell you.
I gotta police the way that you talk about these films. So we call this the Marvels. Captain Marvel 2 is the name of this. We respect women here on this panel, and we don't say that Iron Man gets to have an Iron Man 2 and Ant-Man gets an Iron Man, but she only gets one Captain Marvel. No, we're calling it Captain Marvel 2. And then there's this other movie, which is the first lead that Sam Wilson is going to be in. So we call that Falcon New World Order.
I think with the Marvels, I think with the Marvels, it's a genius just because of just how many people are going to type in Marvel, and then how much that's going to pop up more.
Same with Captain Marvel.
I will give you your Captain Marvel too, but we are talking about Captain America 4. Yes, it's Captain America.
How could it be the fourth if he wasn't in the first?
That's her, bro. That's her.
I love how he's studying the image.
Look real close.
There's way too many pictures on there for it to be Photoshop. I was like, holy cow.
I got OnlyFans and all that.
Dang, what was she doing back in her college days? Jeez.
How old is she now?
Wait, she's
it's probably
young, bro.
And no one talks about that shit, right?
No, this is bullshit. Somebody's
Thurman's in disbelief.
Shit. And that's why she's got so many fanboys on the fucking online on Twitter. I've suddenly understood.
It makes sense now. I was like, why is everybody like simping? I was like, oh, now this shit makes sense.
I'm gonna put in Megan Good nudes because I reckon these are photoshops.
You're gonna see a bunch of nudes and no eyebrows. That's the weirdest thing about Megan Good. She don't have no eyebrows.
Oh, Megan Good, wait.
That's the only thing I don't like.
When did this turn into only Shazams?
She protected herself.
Only Shazam. That's so cool.
Okay. All right, she doesn't have nudes. But
see, Megan Good protecting her goodies, man. She,
Nah, they got them sex tapes waiting for her to fuck up or piss somebody off. They gonna leak them shits.
So wait, what do you think that is then? If that's for real, which it isn't. But what do you think that is?
No, that was her. That's her face.
Yeah, but that could be Photoshop. There, you can do really good stuff these days. Trust me, I've done lots.
I mean, I can tell what you can tell. You can tell when nudes are fake. Those are real.
Yeah, 100% real.
Those are real. That was
real titties. Real titties.
You will not be able to tell my unso fake ones from real nudes. So, trust me.
Hey, first off, you need to get me out of your mind, bro. You need to stop watching. Hey, wonder, man. I don't roll that way, bro.
But seriously, what do you think that is, though? Like for this, do you think maybe if it's real, it's college photos or something, some boyfriend?
I have no idea.
Last year.
So it was probably before first Shazam. If she's 26 now, she did that when she was 22. But that's you're looking at a young Chloe.
Yeah,
or Grace, I should say. Whatever her name is.
Bro, I didn't know she was a
little old Becky. Little old Becky.
Becky, Chloe, Gracie.
I'm gonna be busy a few weeks with which one? WZ. I'm gonna be busy with what?
Falcon New World
Pictures.
Oh, the pictures.
I don't know. I already got my share. Those things are saved in the archive on my computer. So if they ever get taken down, I got my copies.
Wait, I have to make sure I download those myself.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm looking funny stuff.
You know what I'm saying? You get one of them lonely nights, you pop on that picture, and you're like, oh yeah, Miss Marvel, do it to me, Miss Marvel. You know
so why doesn't she do movies that are like R-rated and stuff? Why did she go to a family movie right after that?
After Shazam bombed, she might have a new career.
You might have OnlyFans.
Hey, just like
Jamie
Foxworth. She can go to Jamie Foxworth round, you know what I mean? Started off Family Matters, end up doing porn. Started off Shazam, end up doing porn.
That's just tough. That's tough.
I know a few people that would watch her on this panel. All you DC loving motherfuckers, huh?
Maybe they didn't do a good enough job of letting the fans know just who they hired for a superhero.
No, they hid that shit. Because if you never showed me that, I would have never known.
No,
so they hid that shit. Yeah, I had no idea.
I'm going to the site right now.
Never mind. Like, let me just mute, guys. I'll be right back.
It's not just Nerdman, it's everyone on the panel. I want to get into Captain Marvel too.
I'm wondering when she took these. Like, was this for some magazine or like?
Chill, are you cosplaying as Captain Marvel for the video for the premiere?
You know, yeah, I gotta cosplay, gotta look the part, most certainly.
Bro, I double dare you, bro. Like have your review and just have the Captain Marvel outfit.
Yeah, I'll wear it. I'll put it on, zip it up. Maybe I need to lose a couple pounds to fit into it. It's been a while. COVID's been rough, but yeah, I'll wear the thing. I'll go to the movies. I'll come back to do it. The entirety of the first film is irrelevant. She had amnesia. It was in the 90s. The only thing that carries over is that Nick Fury will be older. Everything that we can take that we were mad about doesn't exist here. It's a brand new movie.
Does Secret Invasions take place? The events of Secret Invasions take place before or after the Marvels?
Secret Invasion happens first. Yeah, it's coming in the summer.
Yeah, I'm saying as far as like I'm saying as far as like the actual timeline.
Yeah, the actual timeline.
In the actual timeline.
Did they confirm that?
Yeah, I don't know actually. So. It should though. It should actually be the series going into the movie. Why not?
MCU's timeline is so messed up though. Like I don't even know the
but that's
timeline of 100%. You know what I mean?
But that's the one thing I'll give Disney Plus. They put that shit in order for you.
Yeah. Other than Loki though, which is kind of complicated to put it in a time. Other than Loki, everything makes sense to me. When they do the new Secret Invasion thing, though, they'd be dropping the ball if Secret Invasion happens after the Captain Marvel movie. That would be stupid. It would have to be before. That would be the stupidest decision, timeline-wise.
You see how these MCU fucking street rats, as per usual, come onto a DC street rats.
That'll be street rats, man. Everybody loves comic books.
Come onto a DC street.
Have you noticed? The three of us came on after that shitty ass Shazam movie was over, right? They said, yeah, the movie's over. All right, we can go on now. We don't have to watch it or talk about that caca. We don't have to watch it or talk about that.
The Secret Invasion does actually look pretty good, though.
They shot it in London.
But is it a TV show or it's a film?
Yeah, it's 6 episodes, just like all the others.
Oh, I'm not watching it, though.
You don't know watching it. He's in 6 episodes.
Are you gonna see the movie?
I'd watch it if it was a movie. Yeah, of course I'd watch it.
What is it about movies that make you more watchable? All the time
I'm done with MCU shows.
Watch it on series.
I'm done with MCU shows. I'm
not gonna be hoodwinked.
No way.
Just forward. Just turn on your Disney Plus account and skip ahead if you don't like something.
I already tried that and it was still awful. It's fun. Like I like the beginning of Hawkeye. That was fun.
Hawkeye was dope.
Yeah, it started nicely.
It started nicely, but
they're just tired of quality shows. You know what I mean? You'd rather watch Peacemaker.
Yeah, like
Peacemaker's fire. Peacemaker's fire though. Peacemaker's fire.
Yeah, I know Peacemaker's fire, but he didn't like Peacemaker.
Like Succession and Game of Thrones.
Nerdman didn't like Peacemaker.
No, I don't.
The good shit. He don't like the good shit. He likes the.
No, I like
Peacemaker.
I like The Boys.
Yeah,
it's
Peacemaker is fire.
Cheap, unfunny version of The Boys.
Anyway, thank you, Wanzo.
For what?
You ever watch The Leftovers, Nerdman?
Oh, you're welcome.
No, what one's that?
Look,
just go into it blind and watch it on HBO.
Huh? You see, hold on. Nerdman and K-Dot went and were looking at it and, oh yeah, that's not real. Cole did it so quietly. He didn't say a word. He didn't even act like he was looking at the pictures. And all of a sudden it pops up. This sneaky ass bitch over here, eh?
Yeah.
No, I was studying it. No, I was studying for research purposes.
You know what?
Yeah,
DC is better.
Better. You heard it from the man himself. But dude, honestly, those aren't real.
That's her face. That's not deep fake. I seen deep fake nudes. Those aren't.
Stop it, nerd man.
Those are real.
You just don't
No,
want
I don't even think
that
that's
you're
her.
wholesome. That you're wholesome.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. We just not gonna like.
About? I wish it was her. What are you saying? Like,
K-Dot, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, K-Dot? You just.
Because there's a lot of deep fake nudes and shit.
How do you know?
Go look up Miranda Cosgrove nudes. Deep fake. There's none yet.
I'm waiting. It's pretty hard to tell real from fake.
Nah, you can
most
tell.
of these chicks is fake anyways. They got fake butts and all that.
You can tell, but
like
it's
you can see their like literally, like you can see that their heads don't even line up with the bodies. Like it's so, I make it so obvious with them.
No, but these ones are taken from. You can see it's a back profile, right? So you can't properly see her face, and other bit like it's just like a double in a movie. You know what I'm saying? It's like you can shoot people from a direction. She's got a very generic, like she's beautiful, but it's like you see that type of beauty in a lot of different women, and like
see, that's why I mentioned what are we doing right now? What are we perpetuating? The freaking social, the damage that's happening over here to anyone who might be listening. Oh, I never
body shaming.
Such thing as being photogenic and.
Shut up, brother Matumba. What the fuck?
Here's a brother.
Let's talk our shit, man.
All right, guys, go for another 5 minutes. Get ready to close up.
All right, man, you got 5 minutes to tell us about the female body, the hourglass versus the pear versus all the other words that they use.
The Lizzo.
Either the Lizzo, the Fanta bottle, or the Coca-Cola. Like, what's your preference?
I kind of feel bad for women with a pear-shaped body. It's not that they don't look hideous, but like
all women are beautiful.
Imagine having a pear-shaped body and you have to put those pants on. I feel that's a struggle. You got that like that hourglass shape at the top, above your waist.
Muffin top.
The bottom is just whoop. You gotta go get you gotta literally get like pants that fit men.
Parachute pants.
I can't believe Burrell's comment. Lizzo's fire. Really?
You like the big jaws. Big jaws.
I ain't gonna lie. In that Mandalorian episode,
more cushion for the pushing.
A little too big for me, but she was cute in the face.
You couldn't handle that, kid, bro.
Anyway, that Marvel's trailer looked as bad as Jason X. That fucking CGI, holy fuck.
That movie's awesome,
that part is cool. Jason
X is dope.
Yeah, I'd rather watch Jason X.
He fucked that bitch up with the in the sleeping bag though. That shit was. He zipped her up in his fucking sleeping bag and slammed her against the tree and shit. I was like, bro, this shit's lit.
That wasn't Jason X though.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was Jason X because he was in like a simulation or whatever.
No, Jason went. Oh, the simulation part. Yeah. Man, that the scene with the liquid nitrogen. That was.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Yeah, no, that was the best stuff ever out of all of them.
Which one?
Oh, the one you just said.
The liquid nitrogen one, right?
Yeah, okay. It was a trash film, but that death is like the best of any.
They got to figure out a way to bring Ghostface into space. That'd be dope. Have a scream in space.
Hey, Cindy, I'm in space.
Look at that.
The fuck was this? What is this?
Jason X.
This is already better than every MCU show. What is it?
Nah,
the crazy shit Jason did was like, was it Jason Takes Manhattan? And the one black dude goes to square up with him and he just slaps his head off his body and shit. That shit was so fucking
I think Jason is the least. He's he's the least frightening.
No, Mike is, bro. Mike don't go after nobody but Lori, so you don't gotta worry about nothing.
That's true. You just stay away from Lori or anybody.
Right. He gonna mind his business. Like, just don't get his way. He just want to get Lori. That's the girl that got away.
No, but on his way though, he just kills anybody he sees. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, the right answer for the most horrifying is easily Freddy, because the other two, you just stay away from that specific lake or town.
I think Ghostface is pretty intimidating, just because you don't know who he is, and he's always around you. He has the element of surprise.
I just feel those people. I feel those people are weak, bro.
I can
be
because it can be almost anybody.
That motherfucker falls all the time.
Once you found out
the 1 to 6. If you come across the Ghostface at 6,
yeah,
he will fuck you up, bro.
That's the beast. That's a whole different beast.
Yeah, he was
dodging bullets.
He was a little tougher, but he ain't got nothing on Freddy, bro. He ain't got jack shit on Freddy.
I used to say Art the Clown. Art the Clown just destroys motherfuckers. Like, he has Freddy,
Yeah,
have you seen the Terrifier movies, Nerdman?
I haven't seen the Terrifier ones, no.
Watch Terrifier and Terrifier 2. No, those are great films. They're great films.
If you want purely gore fun, sure, but as actual films, they're still bad.
Whoa.
Oh, really?
I mean, whatever. I won't let you, you can watch them for yourselves. I give it props, for making it on such a low budget. But
what were they called?
Terrifier and Terrifier 2.
Yeah,
you can watch Terrifier, the first one.
I pretty much love all.
I heard they were good.
You can watch the first Terrifier on Tubi. They got that on Tubi. But the second one, probably gotta find a link for that.
What is the scariest, just to go out? What is the scariest horror scenario in any horror movie?
I like the Shining. The Shining.
I was gonna say, apart from what's that one where they go to the white people's house?
I would say either The Abyss or Hills Have Eyes.
Well, I was gonna say the scariest would be just anywhere you're thrown into the ocean and then you just see some giant fucking thing.
As trash as these movies are, but the children in the court, I don't fuck with those kids, bro. Yeah, especially Malachi. Malachi, I see that motherfucker. I was like, that's a grown ass man playing a little kid.
Yeah.
He was he was 20 at that time.
You're right about that. That's a pretty scary scenario. I still think Freddy's
Chucky,
up there, but I'll tell you what, those Hostel movies. No, the scariest scenario is that fucking, apart from Hostel, is the have you ever seen that Australian one with the it's called Wolf something? Wolf.
Yeah, Wolf's Creek.
Wolf's Creek. That guy is relentless, bro.
Yeah, because he had a sniper and shit. He was just sitting there sniping motherfuckers.
He was really good. What? Yeah, they made a TV show afterwards, right? Because he was so good.
Oh, did they? I've got to watch that.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
You know what the funniest horror movie? Remember in Joker, where Joker locked the door at the top, but the guy was too short to reach the top? Hey, can you get that one for me, Arthur?
Oh, Nerdman. What about being in the Evil Dead universe? In the cabin.
I think I'd enjoy that. Oh no, not in cabin.
I'll be in any Evil Dead movie after 2. I'll be in any Evil Dead movie after 2, because then at that point, at least the comedy might keep me from getting the horrible.
So you want to be an Army of Darkness?
Yeah, that first Evil Dead movie. I'm not trying to get molested by a tree. I'm sorry.
You get molested. You got you know what I'm saying?
That tree
was penetrated.
What about the Omen? The Omen, bro.
Oh, fuck Damien. This is for you, Damien.
Chuck that child down the fucking stairs, easy.
You ever see Frozen? I think it's
the ski lift.
Frozen. What
the ski lift one.
The ski lift.
Yeah. I seen that. Yeah, I remember that.
Fucked up scenario.
Yeah, I mean, bad film, but the scenario's really creepy.
Mm-hmm.
They get stuck on the ski lift, right? They just stuck up there.
Yeah, they get stuck on the ski lift. The whole place is closed or whatever, and they're stuck up there for like a week. Freezing cold. Yeah, about a week or so, something like that.
The worst scenario is really a Final Destination 2.
Scary, or it's more like I guess that is scary.
It's more like
more like surviving.
It's like that. Remember that James Franco movie Nerd Man, where he's stuck between the cliff.
128 days. Yeah,
basically.
Otherwise known as another James Franco movie I will not watch.
No, we should make a tournament out of this.
Yeah, that is
what about
scariest horror scenario.
Scariest.
Thank you, Cole.
What about
Hold on for 1 second. Keep that up. Nerd Man, didn't I get a message from you saying you were gonna send me a list for some tournaments and you never sent them yet?
I'm gonna send them. There's detective. I've got detective and I've got the cars one as well.
Oh, you're right. I'll send you the cars thing later.
And Sean helped me with that. But like, I think this scariest scenario in a horror movie is a good one because that will be entertaining. Keep it to like 20 to 25 so that it's not too many, and then we can really like talk it out and it can be funny.
And another one I thought about is the 30 days and nights. That'd be fucked. We all fucked.
Oh right, where you're stuck with vampires and all night, and it's always night for 30 days. Yeah, that would be fucked up.
That was great.
The only thing that scares me about the Omen though is that nanny, bro. That nanny,
she was the goon, bro. She was the goon, and that dog, bro.
The dog and the nanny. I don't want none of Damien because of
what about skeleton?
But the scenario, I guess, is manageable. Because I'm going to hell anyway, so I might as well just follow Damien.
What about Skeleton Key? Remember Skeleton Key?
Barely.
What Skeleton Key? Which one is that? What's the
story? Where the white woman goes to take care of the old woman, and
the end is creepy as fuck.
And then it ends up being like some voodoo shit, and it was like the black people that did some voodoo on the white people and took over their bodies.
Yeah, they took their youth bodies and put them in the old bodies.
Mm-hmm. You know what a horror movie was fucked up that scarred me for life was the end of fucking Camp Sleepaway. That shit fucked me up. I'm like, I'm never watching.
Oh, with the penis? Yeah, I know, right?
That shit. That whole visual shit. That shit, like her face. That shit was crazy.
Oh shit, that's fucked up. It sounds like
people under the stairs.
People under the stairs is a horrible scenario, bro. That is really like, especially if you were a kid in that scenario. Those people were sick in the head, man.
Cube, the movie Cube. They just made a remake of that.
I just thought of one though that was fucking terrible.
Saw would be terrible, sir. Or any Hostel movie.
I said the Hostel movies. The Hostel movies are definitely a scary scenario. That's off top. You just get stuck in a cage, like hearing the screams of the victims and shit.
So and this is the thing. Yeah. Look, if you got a girl that watches that, girls love this horror shit. My sisters also always love watching Hostel movies, right? And Hostel used to bother me because of how they would do the kills. And that's just regular fucking people. That's just sick in the fucking head. It was no monsters. There's no supernatural stuff. It was just some weird people paying the highest bidder for the best kills and all that and stuff.
They do that shit in real life.
I was like, what the fuck?
Man,
the only thing that fucks me up about that is where the one scene where he cuts his Achilles heel. Oh my god, that shit just. I feel that shit now.
Which first off, I wanted to say, first the Hostel, the one scene, and part 2 where she's fucking walking the dude and she has the fucking clamps on his fucking nutsack.
She just cuts it off and balls his cinema.
And then she cuts it off. I'm like, yo, bro, don't
that is cinema.
It was garbage, and movie was garbage, but
yeah.
That's why I never want to go to a foreign country.
Yeah, no, that actually
like Canada,
unofficial, like
Canada.
I'll go to Japan and I might go to Nigeria. But...
Going to Nigeria?
Going to Nigeria?
I mean,
you're kidnapped, bro. You better relax, bro.
That's where North Africa is where everybody gonna be chilling at all.
Okay,
listen.
That's it. First, it's in West Africa, bro.
Yeah, listen, Chaos, if you go to South Africa or Japan on the wrong side as a black dude, you're dead.
Nah, you'll be all right in Nigeria. You'll be all right. But like Yeah, it's not the safest place in the world, but you should.
You don't want to go mess with them Africans, bro.
Nah, you'll manage. You'll manage. It's not. Yeah.
Hostels underrated, man. That's some pretty good kills.
I didn't like them.
Yeah, no, that scares people for so long from going to foreign countries.
I don't know. For some reason, I wasn't a huge fan of the Hostel movies.
I'm trying to
think. The first one was alright, but then after that, it just got worse and worse. Just low budget.
What about? What about?
I would love to be in a zombie movie, though. I think zombies is the least scary. I would find that fun.
I'm gonna give you a scenario. What's that movie? The Human Centipede.
That shit's disgusting, bro.
Oh, that's
no. The worst movie, and I'm surprised this motherfucker is still. I don't know if he's still out, but don't ever watch a Serbian film. That is the most.
Which one?
Fuck a Serbian film. Do not ever watch that movie. That is the most.
No, I love that.
Of course, love censored content.
But you like
that and Antichrist. Antichrist.
I'll tell you what the film's about. All right, so basically, it's this retired porn star who's trying to make some money. So then he's put into like these weird like scenarios, and also like snuff porn films. Like there's one scene where he like rapes this woman, this like teen, and then cuts off her head and then still fucking her. And he's been like drugged and shit. So it's forced to get booked.
Hold on, you know how excited he was? I know.
No. Let me explain the ending to you. All right, so at the end, he has one last job. So he's screwing somebody, but then he doesn't know who it is, and he takes off the blanket, and dude on the right who was also there with him was screwing his wife, and then he was screwing his son, and then he kills the villain with his dick, with his hard dick. He like decapitates him with it, and then at the end they get the all three.
I might need to watch this.
Yeah, then at the end, all three of them then commit suicide in their beds after being traumatized.
That motherfucker needs to be arrested for that shit.
And then it shows a cutaway to the filmmaker who was filming the whole time, and some other dude like wonderful, and then another guy zipping his pants down about to fuck their dead bodies. And then it cuts to the credits.
How did we know that Cole would?
There's a scene where a guy fucks there's a scene where a guy fucks a fetus as well.
How many times you
That's just terrible.
Christ, that's terrible.
Hold on.
Why is he laughing at that shit?
Yeah, because he loves it. Cole, how many times you watch that movie? How many times you watch that movie, Cole?
2 times.
You see, I knew it was more than once.
Well, no, I watched it once, but then I wanted to do a review of it, so I had to
see it again, right? You said, hold on, let me go see the dude fuck the fetus again.
No, I skipped that part. Honestly, I had to skip that part. That was too much.
Holy shit! You've got problems, man. I'm just.
I think it's time to wrap it up.
Solo.
I think on that.
Wow. We're about to get ready to close up, guys.
So I'm gonna. I just want to say I'm going to because Nerd Man and here and Cole. I'm gonna find out if anybody wants to do. If you guys want to do the ranking tomorrow, the tournament tomorrow for the vampire one. So
I can't do it tomorrow, man. It's work, dude. School night.
I can't do it tomorrow. We'll figure it out then.
I mean, I can do it tomorrow if enough people can, but
we'll figure it out. If not, I'll wait till next Friday.
The authority's been looking for calls.
I'm not even sure. I'm not even really sure if I want Nerd Man there because
the authority's been searching for him since those girls disappeared.
Yeah, Jesus. No, but the whole reason that guy made a Serbian film, though, I looked it up. Basically, he wanted to attack the fascist rating system with films in Serbia, so he made that whole film just for that, and that's why it's titled a Serbian film.
They probably arrested his ass.
Well, no, but the guy who made Solo, 120 Days of Sodom, he was assassinated like 2 weeks before the film aired.
Really?
There's some people who've done crazy shit. Like there's one guy who made the film because there's a film board in the UK who has to review and watch every film before it gets distributed. So he made a film that's just 8 hours of watching paint dry just to troll them. So they had to watch the whole thing.
We had to watch a movie of 8 hours of paint drying.
Yep, just a wall with white paint.
And they just fast forward it.
No, they had to watch the whole thing.
Hilarious.
Weird.
All right, you guys. Thank you all for coming on. Shouts out to the people in the comments who are watching. I want you guys to have a very good night. Goes for that peace, love, positivity, and all that jazz. Don't do drugs. And like I always say,
Peace.
deuces.